Senior High School. So SSXII, that's Roman, and XXSIII. Please do the correct rendition there. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Yes, page 19. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So, Speaker, this mistake I'm trying to correct in page 19 runs through the other pages. So I don't know whether it can be taken and effected accordingly. We do not have chief directors at the district, municipal, and metro levels. What we do have is coordinating directors. So, Speaker, you observe IV, for example, is written there, Mr. Abdul Karim, Chief Director, Jirapa Municipal Assembly. It should be coordinating director. You move next to VII. You have Chief Director, Nandon Municipal Assembly. It should be coordinating director. Then you go further down to XBII. Mr. Mohammed Abdul Majid, Chief Director, Laura Municipal Assembly. It should be coordinating director. Mr. Speaker, you will find the same thing appearing in almost every page that you have district assemblies appearing before us. The coordinating directors have been described as chief directors. Their deputies described as deputy chief directors. So if it can be taken and corrected all through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thanks so much. Table office, please kindly do the necessary corrections throughout the votes and proceedings. We don't have chief directors at the MMDA's level. They are referred to as coordinating directors. Page 20. Page 21. Sorry, page 20.
Honorable Speaker, page 20. Woman numeral XXIV. Mr. Diorote Vida. It's supposed to be Diorote, not Diorotech. And she is a female too. So Mrs. Diorote Vida.
Please, can we get the spelling of the DOT?
It's D-I-O-R-O-T-E-Y.
Not T-E-G.
No, please.
Table office, your attention is being drawn to it, and the divider is capital V, not a small v.
And again, Honorable Speaker, I've seen XSIV and XXIX with Dr. Ewura Mahama. Both have been designated as district chief executives. So I think we need to get the proper designation for Dr. Ewura Mahama, because these two districts cannot have the same DCEs.
Yeah, Honorable Member, Dr. Ewura Mahama is referred to as District Chief Executive. What is district?
Okay, so that is what.
Yes.
That's correct, Honorable Speaker. And again, if we can also complete the right conditions for example, XXV, Finance Officer, Wild West District Assembly. If we could add the assembly to them, XSVI, SXVII, SSVI, all of them, the assembly is missing. It runs through. So if we could go over and make them complete. Thank you.
Please, table office capture the full rendition. There are assemblies. So you have to put district chief, executive, and then you mention the name of the assembly. Add the assembly. Page 21. Honorable Member, yes.
This is page 21, Roman number XIVI, Alhaji Sharif Adams. He is the finance officer. So if you could change the financial to finance, that is more appropriate. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. It's talking about XLVI. Page 22. Page 23. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance. I observe that the records only indicate that the Public Accounts Committee met on Thursday, 21st April 2022 at 9:03 a.m. and continued consideration of the following reports. But, Right Honourable Speaker, we know that the committee meetings took place across the country, and it doesn't give an indication where these various meetings occurred. As has been the practice in this House, I would have thought that the report will capture at least the region they met, where they met across the country. But he only says that the committee met and then continued, and I see that running across. But these were not meetings that were held in Parliament. So I seek your guidance respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if they shouldn't be capturing the venue for the meetings where they met across the country.
Table office kindly capture the venue of the meetings. Well, these were not meetings held in the presence of Parliament. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Yes, Honourable Member for Kwadaso. Your mic.
My own very good friend, Mr. Amidu Isahaku. His name has been wrongly spelled. It should be Isahaku is ISSA. Oh, I'm saying page 24, Roman number XVI.
Yes, Honourable Member, we have
XVI.
it. We have it. XVI. Under item number 2, attendance.
Yes.
XVI. Amidu Isahaku. The A is missing between the S and the H. Table office kindly make the necessary correction. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Yes, Honourable Ablakwa.
Right, Honourable Speaker, just to draw attention to the earlier correction that you indicated should be done. I see it running through the financial officer instead of finance officer. XXIX.
Please, table office, make the consequential amendment to all. The title is finance officer, not financial officer. Page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31. Yes, the Honourable Member for Bole Bamboy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 31, item number XXII, the District Assembly there is supposed to be Yonyo and not Yunjo. And that's not the only one. The subsequent paragraph also has same mistake. Thank you.
Table office is Y, not J. Yunyo, not Yunjo. Page 32. Page 33. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, on page 33, 1 IV. The name is Daniel Peura Mama, not what is captured there as well. So it's
Are you talking about LIV? Roman LIV. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you say the name is what?
It's Daniel Peura.
So it's not V, it's W.
No, it's not B, it's W, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the safe sitting held on Wednesday, 1st June 2022 are adopted as the true records of proceedings. We move to the official report, and I have a copy of the official report of Wednesday, 25th May 2022. Honorable members, any corrections? Yes, Honorable Blackwa.
Well, right, Honourable Speaker, I don't know if honourable colleagues received this, but I didn't see an official report in my pigeonhole. I don't know if colleagues have copies.
Honorable members, you have copies of the official report of 25th May 2022. You don't? Well, we will have to suspend consideration until members are given copies. So please, table office, kindly do the necessary distribution. We'll move on to Item 5. Item 5. Urgent questions. And we have two urgent questions standing in the names of the Honorable Member for Solatuna Kalba and the Honorable Member for Savilgu. We'll start with the first one, 5A. Honorable Member for Solatuna Kalba, Honorable Andrew Dare Chiwite. Please, you may ask the question now. The Minister for Education, please kindly take your right position. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask this important question that I filed during the last sitting as an urgent question Mr. Speaker, the question has at least its usefulness, but I still have to ask because it's an important question. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister for Education what urgent steps the ministry is taking to address the acute shortage of teachers in the Solar Tuna Kalba district.
Honorable Member, before the Minister comes to answer the question, your attention is being drawn to Order 68.5. I'm just drawing your attention to it, and you may be guided by that. Minister, you may now answer the question. Honorable Minister for Education. Why?
Mr. Speaker, please, I apologize. I was sorting something out with the leader. Mr. Speaker, regarding the question of shortage of teachers, we have taken cognizance of areas where they are having these challenges. We are working with the Ghana Education Service to compile the list of all the shortages to be able to meet the needs of the various districts respectively. So, Mr. Speaker, I will work with Ghana Education Service to find out the specific schools where there are these shortages in regards to solar tuna, carbon, and do everything possible to fill the spaces accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first supplementary question is whether the minister is aware that the ideal pupil-teacher ratio should be 25 teachers, 25 people to a teacher. But in the case of solar, for the primary level, we have a ratio of 124 people to a teacher. Is he aware of this ratio? And if he's aware of it, will he do something immediately? Because the difference is so huge.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of the student-teacher ratio at Solar, but I'm going to, Mr. Speaker, find out immediately as to what is going on. I have no reason to doubt what my colleague is telling me, and I'm going to work on it immediately to ensure that it could be reduced to the ratio that is prescribed by the Ghana Education Service. Thank you, Mr.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the statistics from the Education Directorate of the district, and the statistics shows that the district needs about 1,020 teachers to man the schools in the district. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have only 454 teachers, hence a deficit of 566 teachers. Mr. Speaker, teachers are very important when it comes to education. I'm surprised that...
Honorable Member, I'm sorry, but it's important we go by our rules. If we decide that we don't want to, then we should amend the rules. That's why initially I referred you to Order 68, Rule 5, where it says no member shall address the House upon any question, nor in asking the question shall any argument or opinion be offered. When any question has been asked, that is 6, and answered, no debate on it shall be permitted. These are the standing orders guiding what we do here. So if you are asking your question, ask supplementary. Don't start with an address to us. Honorable Member, you may continue with your supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister give an assurance? Education is something we should not play with. Excuse me, I have to say this. Mr. Speaker, sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. It is just that
I am bound by the standing orders. I can't do otherwise. I would have loved that you use another instrument instead of question. There are ways and means of getting comprehensive responses from ministers, apart from just question and answers. So maybe you may need to use one, and to get a comprehensive opportunity to either put it across there and get the comprehensive response from the minister than questions and answers. So for questions and answers, supplementary follows from the substantive question. And so you don't start with an address. Those are the rules. We are bound by them. Yes, please.
I'm guiding the Speaker. Honourable Minister, kindly give me timelines. When exactly should Solar Education Directorate be expecting your intervention? Thank you.
Actually, his first attempt was to get from you whether you are aware of that gap between the needs of the district and what the reality is on the ground. The numbers, are you aware of it? And if you are aware of it, what are you doing to solve the problem?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not specifically aware of the student-teacher ratio in the district, but I understand that my colleague who is on the ground there will have no reason to give me false information. I'm going to work with the District Director of Education specifically on his district, and I can assure you that we'll do the work that is necessary in partnership with you to ensure that we can get a handle on this challenge that you have brought up at this floor, in this house this morning.
Your last supplementary, if any.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful.
Yes, honourable members, we move to question 5B. The question is asked is constituency specific. And so we move to question 5B. Honourable member for Savelugu, Honourable Abdullah Jacob Idris. Constituency specific questions are not open to other members. I know Bole Bamboy is close to Solar Tuna, but this one is about Solar Tuna Kalba, not Bole Bamboy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My question is, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what steps his ministry is taking to resolve the problems faced by students of the Savelugu Senior High School that resulted in a strike action on the 19th of February this year.
Honourable member, is too general. Problems faced by students, just a general, this is not a specific problem. But if the minister knows about all the problems faced by students of that senior high, Minister, you are permitted to do so. You can answer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I've requested for the regional director to provide me specific information that pertains to the issues raised by the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, I'll be coming back to give specific answers to this urgent question that has been posed to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, follow up on this, get the specific problems that they are facing, and then ask the minister specifically so he can respond to those specific issues. But for the general problems facing students, we may not be able to respond to all. It's such a global question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among other things, the students complain of the quantity.
I'm giving you the opportunity for you to come back. I'm giving you the opportunity to come back, because now we know the problems are many, and you can't use urgent questions now to be asking them one by one. So that's why I say get in touch with the minister.
Okay, sir.
And let's get those specific problems. Then he can come to respond to them, or you can opt for oral answers, which he could submit to you as the MP, and then you can use it. That's in writing. He will do that in writing. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we move to item 6. But before we do so, I will have to ask for 15 minutes suspension of sitting to urgently attend to an urgent matter that my attention has just been drawn to in my lobby here. So I'll just rush there and come. 15 minutes. It should be done. Thanks so much. House, the sitting is accordingly suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we will continue with questions, and I indicated before the suspension, we move to the questions under item 6. There are all 6 questions on education, and we'll start with question number 193, who stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Commander Edina Egwafo Abrim, Honourable Samuel Atta Mills. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education why the E-block at Intranwa in the Commander Edina Egwafo constituency is abandoned at 80% completion, and what plans the ministry has for the structure.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education has plans to complete the E-blocks that are advanced stages of completion, including the E-block at Intranwa. The project status is 54% completion, contrary to the 80% alleged by the questioner. The government will make provision in the Get Fund financing program for its completion, subject to availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, an earlier response on all E-block projects was given on the floor of Parliament on the 9th of February 2022, detailing the plans of government to complete all projects that are advanced stage of completion. Reference should therefore be made to that response in relation to all E-block projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, running up to the 2020 elections, the spokesperson for Ministry of Education was arguing on radio that that school has been completed and it has students in that school. How does the minister reconcile this, a completed school with kids in it, with now saying that it's 54% completed?
Yes, Minister. Sorry, I've seen your Majority Chief Whip on his feet. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, you drew our attention earlier on to Order 68.5. And I know my colleague may be asking other follow-up questions. So he should be guided accordingly. Order 65, Order 68.5. Speaker is clear.
I'm aware of that.
Yes.
The member is simply trying to get the minister to respond to the percentage that this is a completed structure with some students already utilizing. How can you reconcile that with your current position that is 54% completed? Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I didn't hear the radio pronouncement and never heard anything from the spokesperson of the ministry regarding this particular project. Mr. Speaker, what I have on record is what I have disclosed to this Honourable House.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, sir, Right Honourable Speaker. There were desks in that school and they were removed right after the 2017 elections. Now, the people of that town.
Honorable Member, supplementary question.
When is this school going to be completed?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated in my response that the GET Fund has a plan for completion of all E-blocks at advanced stage of completion, subject to availability of funds. Any detailed discussions on the school in my honorable colleague's constituency, of course, I can have one-to-one discussion with him, but there's a general policy that E-blocks are going to be completed as we did this year with Aflao and other places that have been completed. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that I'll still reference what I said earlier, that all E-blocks at advanced stages of completion will be done by GET funds subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, have you yourself visited the school?
Mr. Speaker, I have not, but I'll be more than happy to visit the school, and I'm going to take interest in this.
Mr. Minister, are you aware that the school had been supplied with furniture before the 2020 elections?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of that, but I'll look into it immediately.
Okay. Any last supplementary? Last supplementary from member, if any.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm glad that the minister has come out with whatever he said. Now the people of Ntanwa know that the stories that they were told
member, you
were
are
not right.
completely out of order.
Thank you very much. The statement is made.
Definitely, the political capital has been achieved, but by the standing orders, you are out of order. Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to find out from the Minister, in the first paragraph of his answer, he said the government will make provision, will make provision in the GET Fund financing program for the completion of the project. Mr. Speaker, we know GET Fund is a dedicated fund for education, and we know the formula and everything. Mr. Speaker, may I ask from the find out from the Minister, how much has been allocated based on your own projection for the completion of E-blocks in the 2022 budget?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I don't have the amount that has been allocated. I know allocation was made on the floor of this House, and all of us are aware that allocations were made. I will find out, Mr. Speaker, and relate that to this House accordingly.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I know from the Minister how many E-blocks that you project to complete this year? How many of them?
That is this year? Yes. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we project to complete about 5 of them. I don't have the specific locations with me, but just like we did last year, we are going to complete a number of them this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, he stated 5 for completion this year. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the Minister if he can tell this House how many E-blocks that are left to be completed. How many E-blocks are left to be completed?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will bring the exact number to my colleague, but I know that it's approximately 100 at various stages of completion. Some are just at the foundation level, others are progressed to about 50, others to about 70. I can get my colleague the breakdown, but I don't have the specific breakdown with me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his answer said completing E-blocks at Intranwa and others at advanced stage. We don't know what he means by advanced. Mr. Speaker, can the minister help us his definition of advanced stage?
Advanced stage of completion. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it ranges from 50% plus to about 90%, or sometimes can be 99%. So that is the range that we believe is advanced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Minister. We'll move on to the next question. That question stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Wasa East Constituency, Honourable Isaac Ajay Mensah. Please, you may ask your question now.
If it pleases Mr. Speaker, Honourable Ajay Mensah has delegated me to ask the question in his stead.
You say if it pleases me, the Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. With your permission.
I'm not here for my pleasure. I'm here to serve you.
Okay,
yes.
Mr. Speaker.
So please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. I rise to ask the Minister for Education, when the 6-unit classroom block get funded, project is Secretary Himan, a 3-classroom unit block get fund project in Accra, and a 3-unit classroom block get fund projects in Kwafukrum in the West East District will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the 6-unit classroom block project at Secretary Himan is being constructed by Mrs. Anomanuel Company Limited and supervised by Akufo and Associate KSPM Limited. The project is 65% complete and GetFund has honored all payments due the contractor. The contractor, Mrs. Anomanuel, has abandoned site. The supervising consultant is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to enable him complete the project for the school. The 3-unit classroom block project at Akrofi Basic is being constructed by Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited and supervised by Akufo and Associates KSPM Limited. The project is 30% complete and again GetFund has honored all payments due the contractor. The contractor, Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited, has abandoned site. The supervising consultant is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to complete the project for the school. The project at Kwafukrum Basic is also 3-unit, is a 3-unit classroom block being constructed by Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited and supervised by Akufo and our associate KSPM Limited. The project is 80% complete. GetFund is working on paying the contractor for work done to enable the contractor to return to our site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In the Minister's answer, he said the contractors, 2 contractors have abandoned sites. Could you please expatiate on this? How? Why did they abandon the sites? Thank you.
The question is, the Minister aware of why they have abandoned sites? All the 3 contractors?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, why they
yes,
abandoned
Minister,
sites?
are you aware the reason why they abandoned sites?
The Speaker, contractors abandoned sites for a variety of reasons, but in this particular instance, especially for the first 2, they've been paid. All their certifications have been honored. Certificates have been honored, so I'm not sure as to why they've abandoned sites. The last one, GetFund, has indicated that they are working on paying the contractor so that they can return to site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Minister admitted that the contractors have abandoned sites. And I would like to know when this happened and why has it taken so long to get them back to site. Thank you.
The question is whether the minister is aware of when they abandoned sites. When? Is that the question?
Yes, when? And when are they coming back?
Yes.
What has he done to bring them back to
Minister,
site?
are you aware?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware, but I'll find out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So kindly follow up. You have another supplementary?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We move on to question number 268, who stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Wulensi, Honourable Abukari Dawuni. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Education whether there are plans to complete the E-Block project at Napaile, meant for a community day senior high school. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Okay, good. Mr. Speaker, the Community Day Senior High School at Napaile was awarded to Mrs. Sofo Azoka Company Limited as part of the Phase 1 of the E-Block project. The project in question forms part of government plans to complete all E-Blocks and that are at advanced stages of completion, and will therefore make provision for funding to complete this project subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for the answer. But then, I want to further find out whether there are timelines within which funding can be secured for the completion of the project.
You want to know from the Minister whether there are funds, timelines within which
funds will be available to complete the project. Thank you, sir.
Well, the Minister, you may answer.
Mr. Speaker, it forms part of the priority E-Block project, but don't have specific timelines at which time this specific E-Block will be completed.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I should thank the Minister. For now, I've ended the question for this time around.
Thank you so much. We now move to question number 270. It stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Tyne, Honourable Adama Sulemana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education whether there are plans to construct administration blocks for the following senior high schools in the Tyne constituency: Badu Secondary Technical Senior High, Nsoko State Senior High, and Menje Agriculture Senior High School. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the schools indicated, that is Badu Secondary Technical High School, Nsoko State Senior High School, and Menje Agricultural Senior High School, will be programmed to have new administration blocks subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Any supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker.
So you are aware that they are not programmed. is when the funds are available that they will be programmed. Okay. So you are satisfied. Then we move on. We now will call on the member for Ablikumanov, Honorable Miss Sheila Battels, to ask her question, which is question number 699. Honorable member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education what measures the ministry is putting in place to A, curb the widespread reports of leaked examination papers, and B, to implement stringent mechanisms against such examination malpractice. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West Africa Examinations Council, WAEC, has adopted strategies for the prevention of leakages and foreknowledge in order to safeguard the integrity of examinations. The following are strategies adopted by WAEC. These layers of security will safeguard the question paper packets. That's strategy 1. Deployment of biometric access control device at the Security Printing Division to ensure that only authorized staff enter the premises. B. Strict bodily searching of persons entering and exiting the press house. C. CCTV monitoring of all activities relating to the production of question papers. D. Use of tamper-proof envelopes to seal question papers. E. Packing of sealed questions in plastic self-sealing envelopes. F. Bagging of packets in security bags. G. Use of security seals on the bags to ensure that no one has access to the packets while in transit. H. Use of combination locks to lock the security bags to ensure that no one has unnoticed access to the packet before the code is released to the depot keepers. And I. Fortification of depots where question papers are kept. Strategy 2. The Council engages the Ministry, GS, and other agencies to undertake sensitization of the candidates and the public on examination malpractices, its effect on candidates and the society, as well as the punitive actions candidates and schools stand to face for engaging in such acts. 3. The Council is pursuing the introduction of alternative parallel papers in assessing candidates. The first step was randomizing the options of the question test for the BECE 2021. It was observed that this action reduced the circulation of answers online. Once students and school administrators realized that whatever they had received as solutions and responses to questions were not useful, their attention shifted to properly preparing candidates for the examination. The ultimate goal of the Council is to have candidates in the same examination room take different questions of the same difficulty level so as to prevent collusion through the serialization of tests. 4. The Council solicited the support of the National Intelligence Bureau and National Security for deployment of persons to augment security at the press during the printing of 2021 BEC question papers. This was in addition to the presence of personnel from the Ghana Police Service and WAEC Security. The Council will once again solicit the support of the NIB in its operations for 2020. Mr. Speaker, Strategy 5, question papers in batches under police escort to limit and be 24-hour at all depots where are kept. Strategy 6, the Council takes decisive action against any of its staff whose action or inaction have led to a security breach. All suspected security breaches are also reported to the Criminal Investigation Department of the Ghana Police Service to allow for independent investigations. Teachers, supervisors, and invigilators who have been called for indulging in examination irregularities are reported to the Ghana Education Service for necessary actions to be taken. Some of these persons have been interdicted pending termination of their appointment by the Ghana Education Service Council. Mr. Speaker, the Council has constituted an examination monitoring team that monitors the activities of the examination officials and other stakeholders. A number of persons have been arrested and handed over to the CID for various offences, including operations of rogue websites where they sell claimed questions and responses to patrons. Number 8, the results of candidates who are reported by examiners during marking for suspected collusion will be withheld to allow for thorough investigation. The scripts of the candidates will be scrutinized and the results cancelled if the collusion is confirmed. Number 9, the Council will continue to take punitive action against schools that indulge in massive irregularities and violence against examination officials. Candidates from such schools will be made to take the examination in another school, and in some cases, the recognized school number will be withdrawn, thereby preventing the school from presenting candidates for future examinations. Mr. Speaker, the West African Examination Council is committed to the conduct of credible examinations. It will continue in pursuing efforts in dealing with all forms of examination irregularities that threaten the entire education system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's quite a very lengthy answer. Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary? Yes. Any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, I realized from the Honourable Minister's response that the WAEC, which is the entity conducting the examination...
Honourable Member, supplementary question.
Yes.
No address.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the Honourable Minister what is being done by the government, if possible, to police WAEC, because it seems as if WAEC is policing itself, and I'm not too sure whether we would be able to get the kind of results we're looking for. Thank you.
Minister, her question is clear. What is government doing to police WAEC instead of allowing WAEC to police itself?
Mr. Speaker, during my responses, I indicated how irregularities are reported to the NIB and the police CID and other investigative bodies. At that point, the issues are not in the hands of WAEC. But I can understand my colleague asking the question of, is there an oversight entity for WAEC? That's a question of a policy, WAEC being an international examination body, and I accept her question as a recommendation, and I will pursue that to see if, in fact, we have that legal framework and authority to do the policing as has been alluded to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Honourable Minister for the measures that have been put in place so far and hope that it will help curb the leaked exam issues. Thank you.
Difficulty in trying to get members to stop these addresses and the rest. Maybe you have to look at your standing orders again. and give some leeway for members to make the comments and to address us before. Well, they usually say they are laying the foundation. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, running through the answers provided by the minister, it appears it's all about putting fear in the students. What is the role of the counseling and guidance at the various institutions? What is their role in helping, demystify examination, so that at least the students will have the necessary confidence to write any examination without recourse to, external support. Thank you.
Counseling and guidance units, what are they doing in this respect? Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ to say that all the measures taken is about putting fear. Serialization of examination questions is to ensure that you don't have an opportunity to cheat and that your questions are different from that of your colleagues. So that is not about putting fear in the children. But I also want to concede that counseling is very important. And therefore, even though there are counselors attached to the various districts, we need to step up and make sure that students will be counseled to know that when they prepare and put their minds to everything that they are determined to do, they will do well. And therefore, they should not even attempt to cheat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, is it not important for us to have a guidance and counseling officer in every institution? When you put them at the level of the district, the operational difficulties and challenges are not easy. Can we get them to the schools? At least it's good to have somebody there counseling them, guiding them on these courses and even examination.
Mr. Speaker, I would take this as a great advice for a person who knows more about education and about what we do to make schools work. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a great advice. Mr. Speaker, in senior high schools, there are counselors, but the same cannot be said about the primary schools and the junior high schools. So I think it's a good idea for us to look at how we can, even if it's a cluster of schools and there's a counselor allocated, that will really serve the primary and junior high schools very well. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that I believe we need to work on to make sure that counselors are available to students at every level of the education ladder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very necessary to have them at that early stage, because sometimes our culture and tradition, even against left-handed people, and that's naturally how they are created, but we stand to. So if we have them at that level to counsel and get to the parents, I even let the parents know that there's nothing wrong with somebody being left-handed, it could help. Yes, honorable members, we move to the next question. And the question stands in the name of the honorable member for Botiano English Amanfro, Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Thank you.
Question number 701. Honorable member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister for Education how the ministry plans to address the major management challenge of school supervision, especially at the basic and secondary school levels. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is question number 700.
701.
301. I don't have it in this book. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the response in there.
That we have question number 701 at page 3 of the order paper.
Okay.
But in the answers.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have it. It's not in the order paper, but I have it here. It wasn't printed.
There's a problem. The answer has not been captured in the order paper.
No, please.
You don't have it in your lesson?
Unfortunately, I don't have 701, but I have 702.
Yes, so we have both 701 and 702. But in the answer sheet, we have 700.
I have 700.
At page
yes,
16.
Yes.
And 702 at page 18.
Yes, sir.
Honorable member, the answer numbered 700. Is it in response to your question 701?
Honorable Speaker, is not the answer to my question 701.
Unfortunately, the answer to question 701 has not been captured in the order paper. So please, table office, follow up and get that answer, and then we'll reschedule for the minister to come and answer. So you may now go on with your question numbered 702. Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education the meaning of the 1990 plan on communities of excellence, which was mentioned in the National Education Week. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the goal of the Community of Excellence program is to enhance community engagement in education so that all children can read and write at grade level by age 10. Achieving this goal will have a number of significant longer-term benefits for communities as these literate children progress through the education system. This can be described as a 1990 strategy where the initiative is envisioned to achieve the following. If 90% of children at age 10 in the participating communities are able to read and write meaningfully, then over time, 90% of these children will be able to progress from junior high school to senior high school, and ultimately, 90% of these children will then be able to transition from senior high school to tertiary. The longer-term aim of the program, therefore, is to provide a catalyst for socioeconomic transformation within communities, which will help to ensure more equitable economic growth and address significant issues of rural-urban migration. Mr. Speaker, communities of excellence will take an inclusive and participatory approach by collaborating with traditional leaders, local businesses, families, healthcare providers, social workers, and municipal assemblies to ensure students and their schools are not just part of the community, but through an initial focus on improved literacy, serves as hubs for the development and positive change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, any supplementary question?
Right, Honorable Speaker, no further question.
Honorable members, we come to the end. Yes, ranking member for education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a question numbered 700, which has not been asked.
Yes, the honorable member for Ablekumanov. Looks like your question numbered 700 has not been asked and it's not been answered. Are you ready now to ask that question?
I would like to ask the question.
Please go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honorable Minister of Education is to ask what reforms are being instituted to empower students to explore and easily diversify their education careers through a more flexible curricula and overall education system? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has plans to reform the secondary education curriculum to make it both specialized and well-rounded enough to meet the needs of all students. The approach to this reform is the learning pathway concept that addresses issue of equity in educational provision and academic progression. A learning pathway is a carefully constructed sequence of steps or activities for acquiring a specific combination of knowledge necessary to achieve a desired proficiency level in a subject area in the shortest possible time. It is a learning and development trajectory based on the individual or group of students' needs. Learning pathways support the learner in building competencies, understanding, and knowledge progressively. It also creates opportunities for learners on a singular learning pathway to progress on one curriculum with differentiation in the courses studied, or allow learners to progress on different pathways by choose from the various courses, programs, and learning opportunities offered. In both cases, learners are allowed to earn academic credit and satisfy graduation requirements. Regarding the revised senior high school curriculum, there will be one curriculum which provides regular pathway, which with enhancements and acceleration to create options for those learners who are identified as gifted and talented or needing academic intervention or catch-up. In terms of the pathways, a student may move between pathways according to the ongoing assessment of their progress and learning. There will also be differentiated teaching and assessment within a given pathway. The identification of which pathway a student should be placed on initially is reliant on pre-assessment. Mr. Speaker, it implies an expansion of educational options beyond the one-course-fits-all sequences offered to students. The concept applies to educational experiences at the high school level that occur within and outside traditional classroom settings of schools, such as internships, apprenticeships, independent research projects, online classes, travel, community service projects. Students may earn grace credit or other forms of academic recognition for completing a learning pathway experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister, at what point can a senior high school student who would want to change over from either science or arts to TVET, at what point can they make that switch? And is it possible to make that switch? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, students make decisions as whether to do TVET or science, business, or general arts when they are entering senior high schools. In majority of the high schools, headmasters are flexible enough to allow for a change during the first few weeks of enrollment at the school, and these decisions are left to these headmasters who are professionals and to parents who have to interface and have discussions with headmasters regarding requests for change of programs or courses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, we've come to the end of question time, and I want to thank the Minister for Education for attending upon the House to respond to these questions. Honourable Member, Minister, you are discharged. Honourable members, I am going to give you notice because I'm going to direct the Public Affairs Department, who are responsible for capturing what is happening here to the whole world, to from time to time zone on those who have decided to constitute themselves into some meetings and always engage in conversation, for your constituents to have evidence to be able to assess you as to whether you are representing them or you are having fun on the floor of the House. Please kindly take notice that this directive will take effect from the next sitting of the House. Public Affairs Department, you are hereby directed to, from time to time, zone on the members who are in conversation and not participating in the proceedings of the House. This will help lessen the level of noise on the floor. I so direct. Honourable members, we now move to, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I seek your leave for us to vary the order of business and go on to presentation of papers and take item 8D for Daniel. Speaker, and I'll seek your leave to do the laying on your behalf. Speaker, if it pleases you.
Honourable Majority Chief Whip, I thought the understanding was that we'll handle these three statements that have been pending. Then when we go to public business, we'll handle the rest. I'm available.
Speaker, I will defer to you.
Yes, so honourable members, the Speaker has been guided as to how statements will be delivered and how comments will be made on the floor. From now on, any member coming to make a statement must make sure that it is done within 5 minutes. Not more, not less. Those going to make comments must make sure that they make their comments within 3 minutes so that we can manage the time and have enough for other businesses. Some businesses have been pending for a long time now. So we are going to implement that starting from today, and you will be time off. And so when it's 5 minutes and you are talking, nobody is hearing you, it's not being recorded. What you need to do after the 5 minutes is to get in touch with the Hansard office to make sure that your whole statement is captured in the official reports of the House. And then you can now handle the rest with the media. Thank you so much. So we move to item 7, statements. We start with the statement that was to be delivered yesterday, but had to be deferred to today. And that statement stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Afran Plains North, Honourable Betty Nana Efua Crosby Mensah. Honourable Member, you may deliver your statement now, and you have 5 minutes to do so.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to deliver a statement on the occasion of World Menstrual Hygiene Day, which was observed on the 28th of May 2022. The World Menstrual Hygiene Day is an annual awareness day observed on the 28th May of every year to highlight the importance of a good menstrual hygiene management at the global level. It is aimed at changing the narrative and creating awareness around menstrual hygiene. Millions of women and girls around the world are stigmatized, marginalized, and discriminated against simply because they menstruate. The theme for the World Menstrual Hygiene Day 2022 is to create a world where no woman or girl is held back because they menstruate by 2030. Mr. Speaker, The day was created by a German-based non-profit organization, Wash United, in 2013, to observe menstrual hygiene as well as give awareness to normalize the many challenges of menstruation that women and adolescent girls experience every month, such as access to good hygiene condition, religious and cultural discrimination, pain, discomfort, etc. Mr. Speaker, the day provides a platform for governments, agencies, NGOs, individuals, the private sector, the media, and other stakeholders to enhance their support and advocacy strategies to promote better menstrual hygiene practices and ensure that every woman and girl is carried along. The World Menstrual Hygiene Day offers the opportunity to remind our communities and stakeholders to understand the facts about menstruation as a biological process, to understand that women and adolescent girls go through to enable procreation and our very existence on this earth. It is important for all to appreciate that menstruation is a fact of life. And if women do not menstruate, Mr. Speaker, the human race will become extinct. Mr. Speaker, millions of women and girls are stigmatized, marginalized, and discriminated against simply because they menstruate. For some, the onset of menstruation signals that a girl is ready for marriage and childbearing, even if she herself is still a child. For some women, it also means a squandered opportunity since they are unable to attend school due to the pain and discomfort or lack of personal hygiene supplies. It even entails the loss of dignity for many others and therefore becomes school dropouts. For some women, it is a source of embarrassment as they are confined to menstruation tents and forbidden from sharing meals and associating with others. Mr. Speaker, to observe this day, it is important to break the silence on menstrual hygiene for us women and adolescent girls. Let us use this day to raise awareness and to help change the negative narrative about menstruation as being evil, whilst we use the opportunity to educate our women and girls on good hygiene practices and how to properly dispose of our used sanitary materials. Mr. Speaker, discrimination against women because of their menstrual cycle should be frowned on at all levels. Women and girls should not be denied access to education, income, equal opportunities of participation because they menstruate. Mr. Speaker, another area of concern is that the inability of women and girls to procure sanitary products. The imposition of high taxes on sanitary wares is discriminatory and retrogressive to Ghana's efforts at promoting a more equitable society, since it is a natural phenomenon that affects only women. To ensure access to inhabited menstrual hygiene products for women and girls, government should, with immediate effect, Mr. Speaker, consider scrapping the 20% tax imposed on hygienic products, such as sanitary pads, and possible making available free sanitary pads and supplies to schoolgirls to give them the comfort and confidence to carry on. We must all act now to protect womanhood by ensuring that no woman or girl is hurt because they menstruate. Let us all work together to achieve this aim by the year 2030. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition.
Yeah.
Any comments? Yes, Honorable Hajjaladi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Mr. Speaker, the issue of menstrual hygiene has been in this House severally, and we have contributed and ensured that we've made suggestions, but to no avail. Mr. Speaker, menstruation by any female is a natural occurrence. There is no lady or woman worth its salt who menstruates because she wants it or she's interested in it. It is natural, Mr. Speaker, and for that matter, it's not an issue of an ego where the person thinks that I want to do it. It is a need. It has to happen. And every single human being under this sun who has been given birth by a woman, that woman would have surely gone through a menstrual cycle. And any woman who doesn't have menstruation definitely has a problem and would wish to have menstruation. We need the support of all men and women, leaders, politicians, and what have you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the girl child is supported with menstrual pads. Mr. Speaker, this initiative was taken up by the former government and sanitary pads were distributed in schools. All of a sudden it stopped. Many people do not understand what women go through or the girl child goes through when they are menstruating. It is a period that the woman or the girl has to take care of herself properly and does not want anybody to know that she is having her menstruation. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine a girl who doesn't have the sanitary pad and is not properly prepared in school. Some of these girls today menstruate even at the primary level, that is at the basic school, the JSS, not to talk of the senior high school, Mr. Speaker. And most of the girl child that needs support are those in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, some of them go as far as using unhygienic things to prevent themselves from being soiled. And most of them, as has been rightly stated by the maker of the statement, even stop school because of the embarrassment that it comes with when they soil their uniforms. Yet we sit and we say we want to project the girl child. Mr. Speaker, there is a need, and I wish to plead with your humble office that you kindly take it up and we ensure that at least the 20% tax from sanitary pads the girl child needs should be taken off. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, let us go back to the issue of free.
Yes, the honorable gentleman in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support and share the sentiments by my colleague MPs on the other side of the political divide when it comes to the attention and the concentration we need to actually accord the girl child when it gets to this stage of their life, 100%, especially those who are found at the bottom of our social stratification, extremely less endowed or indigent. There should be a program, a policy that will support them in having access to quality product when it comes to what they need. The only aspect that, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to critically review, especially statement made by Honorable Betty Nana Efua Crosby Mensah with respect to taxation or taxes. Mr. Speaker, I share a different view. I do that on that simply because we need to understand the situation in which we find ourselves first when it comes to our fiscal space as a country. Before some of these statements are put into the public domain to incur, in my opinion, unproductive pressure from other external stakeholders. What I mean is that we are in an era that we all know we are working hard to restore the consolidation of our fiscal space. We cannot.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that we can't do the classification of the segments and find out that these segments within our social stratification, we can support them free stuff that we are talking about. However, the suggestion or proposition that we need to probably have these products sent into our country without taking taxes, I disagree. One, other recalcitrant or unscrupulous people take undue advantage of our economy. Two, our situation today do not support some of these statements and policy shifts that we want to entertain. So I am saying that as much as I support every single statement that they've made, as much as I support the Ghanaian young girl whose parents might not have had the economic capacity or strategic position to acquire these things for the benefit of their health and other social needs, the aspect of allowing importers to import these products without taxes, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am still watching the honourable member who just finished his contribution because he's still continuing with the submissions, trying to convince the honourable ladies around him that what he said in good faith and is correct. But I am entitled to disagree with you. Yes, the ladies. Which of you is senior? Yes. Yes. You should have the first bite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seniority is good. I'm older than you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Age is good for today. Mr. Speaker, menstrual habits in Ghana are still hampered by sociocultural and religious limitations. In many parts of our country, when girls are having their menstruation, they are still kept away from performing some activities. It's biology, and I'm hoping that our country will take steps led by the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection to ensure that our girls are allowed the freedom to experience their womanhood without the limitations. Mr. Speaker, I rise also to add my voice to that of the maker of the statement. I myself has presented a copy of my own statement to your office, but I haven't received any feedback yet. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to add my voice to the fact that it is truly a debilitating effect that the obnoxious tax of the luxury, the tax called luxury tax on sanitary pads, 10 cedis for one, Mr. Speaker. And as it is, some girls have their period in 3 days, some in 5, and some in 7 days. If you have a 7-day cycle, it means that you have 10 cedis a day or 20 cedis a day times the 7 days. The cost of the sanitary towel has risen because of the taxes that are put on these sanitary towels. If you come from a rural community such as I, and you have our children staying at home for 7 days because they cannot afford sanitary towels, then nobody should be asking us to pay taxes on these commodities. I want to also urge the state and people who have the wherewithal and the resources to have factories to produce these reusable sanitary towels so that our girls can afford it. The disposable ones may be expensive, but if we teach them how to use the fabric, and I know that some NGOs are already in the process of doing that, some are sharing, and I had a couple of them come to support me on Monday. They brought some samples for us. Those reusable ones should be encouraged. The Ministry of Education should also take an interest in how our girls have easy access to sanitary towels so that they are not hindered academically. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to add my voice.
Well, from the guidance I have from leaders, I think we are giving them more than the number. They guided me to allow 2 from each side of the house. And so I will end here and move to the next statement. I'm sorry, Honorable Lady, I'm sorry. I totally agree with you, the ladies, because you should even be compensated for having menstruation. Well, that's what leads to the birth and to our existence. It's true that we all came to the world. And the women should be compensated for that, not taxed. Yes, I disagree with government position on this matter. Not just this government, I think future governments who are going to continue it, I will disagree with them. There should be no taxation on these things. No. Yes, the next statement stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Zaneto Adjournment Rollins, who wants to once again reiterate the devastating effects of the floods in Accra. Honorable Member, it's your time to deliver the statement. Yes, Minority Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, my colleague is unavailable, absent. If we could take the next statement once we try to reach out to her. Since you have.
Thank you. The next statement stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Jirapa, Honorable Kletusedu Dapla, on the odious murder of Richard Badobie. That's a lawyer. Yes, Honorable Member, you may make the statement now.
Let me see.
Me too.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. A statement made by Honorable Kletusedu Dapla, Member of Parliament for Jirapa. Huh? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to report the painful death of Richard Bodombie Esquire, an illustrious son of Jirapa, who was tragically murdered by an unidentified armed man on May 28, 2022, between the Banda Ponta and Noiri on the Bole Bombay Highway. Whilst he was traveling to Jirapa, Mr. Speaker, the 40-year-old lawyer was born on 1st May 1981. He attended the Nandom Senior High School and proceeded to the University of Ghana, where he obtained a bachelor's degree. He served briefly as a teacher at the Tumu Senior Technical High School in the Sisala East District and returned to the University of Ghana Law School. He was a highly knowledgeable individual who has authored 2 books in his life. He was a practicing lawyer and co-founded the Latte Bodombie and Associate Law Firm in Accra. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened and extremely livid at the thought of the unthinkable circumstances under which Richard died. He was shot and killed in cold blood. For me, it's a deep personal loss of a nephew, friend, and dedicated working colleague. Until his grisly murder, Bodombie had very promising leadership prospects and has demonstrated hard work, patriotism, and love of country. He has served the people of Jirapa as a member of the Municipal Assembly representing the Punchani electoral area since 2015. He was a catalyst for positive change and a role model for many young people.
He was a cheerful and inspirational character, a responsible family man, and an honest public figure. Mr. Speaker, the gruesome murder of Mr. Bodombie happened at a time where several of such incidents, including extrajudicial killing by the police who are supposed to protect citizens, was unaccounted for. Our security and judicial system have failed severally to deliver justice and bring perpetrators of those vile acts to face the rigors of the laws. In recent times, many families have had to nurse the same wounds inflicted on the hearts of the families and friends of Mr. Bodombie without any promise of retribution. The lack of deterrence to crime is becoming a green light for many crimes. Mr. Speaker, this cannot continue. I call on the law enforcement agencies, especially the Ghana Police Service, to quicken the pace of investigating this crime and bring the perpetrators to book. We demand justice. We demand swift justice under law. Mr. Speaker, we do not want the usual situation where investigations drag on for almost forever and nothing happens to perpetrators of crimes at the end of it all. For constant denial of justice is a catalyst for anarchy and harbinger of societal breakdown. It is a threat to our national security and the survival of our very democracy, since citizens may eventually resort to other means of seeking justice outside our security and judicial system. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to extend my heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Bodombie and the 3 children, the extended family, and the people of Kunchani electoral area. I pray for God's divine consolation for them in this trying moment. My thoughts and prayers are with them. May the soul of Richard Bodombie rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, well done. You finished before the 5 minutes. Yes, any comments? Yes, the Honourable Member for Wa West.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to a statement ably delivered by my brother, the MP for Drapa, Cletus Dapla. I can see it was so difficult for him to even read because even as at this morning, he was still shedding tears in his office. Richard Bodombie, a lawyer, 40-year-old, very promising lawyer, a wonderful young man from Drapa Kunchene with several leadership skills, was my schoolmate in Legon. Richard Bodombie, on the fateful day I was in Wa, I woke up in the morning on Saturday when I heard that he was also on his way coming to go to Drapa for a funeral and was shot dead in cold blood. The people of Kunchene, the people of Upper West, the people of Ghana are so grateful to the Ghana Police Service for the speedy reaction in getting 3 people arrested. All we are waiting for is the connection between the arrest of the 3 people and the crime that has been committed. We do pray that we will speed up action and get this dastardly act committed to the dustbin and the criminals arrested and be made to face the rigors of the law. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to stand here and share my condolences with the family of Bodombie and to let them know that the whole of Ghana's parliament is actually sharing the pain with them. And at this particular moment, the people of Drapa are saying Ghana is in a state where all of us must become part-time police officers. We have over 40,000 police officers in this country, but we need 30 million informants. And everybody sitting in this room should be able to provide information. We say, see something, say something. If this system is working, I am quite sure within the next 1 week, any criminal who had gotten involved in the dastardly death of Richard Bodombie, wherever you are hiding, you will be arrested. Mr. Speaker, on this brief note, I will continue to share my condolences with the Brick family and pray that nothing of such will happen again to any young man in this country, because the future of the country belongs to the youth. And if the young people of this country are being shot dead, recklessly like this, I don't think that we have a future. We should do something as a country to prevail upon every human being that we need to behave, and such crimes will be nipped in the bud. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yes, let me allow the Member of Parliament for Bole Bamboy. The incident happened in your constituency.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all commend my colleague for bringing this issue up. I was already putting together a statement to address this issue in this House. Mr. Speaker, this sad event, unfortunately, took place in my constituency, the Great Bole Bamboy constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I've spoken about high crime rates in that constituency. In 2020, we recorded about 6 robbery cases, 6 deaths. Just this year, Mr. Speaker, you have a lot of cases where you wake up and you are told that somebody has been killed and buried halfway. At least we have counted 5 incidents of this kind of crime. Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? I'm saying that that consistency has a high rate of crime rate, and that is the need for government, for all of us stakeholders to pay attention to that area. One will say that I don't come from the Bole Bamboy constituency. The landed lawyer who was murdered is not from that constituency. The vast nature of the constituency and the dispersed nature of the settlements, coupled with the fact that we have very poor communication network in that area, is one of the reasons why criminals will want to use that area for these heinous activities. Mostly these activities take place where there is no communication network. Then it becomes difficult for the victims to be able to communicate to the police and other people to save them. Mr. Speaker, I remember writing a letter in 2019 to the Minister of Interior and asking that, given the vast nature of that area, there's a need for us to have more police officers. In Bole, the population of the district is about 115,000 plus, and you have less than 80 police officers. It tells you that there's a challenge there. Again, Mr. Speaker, in terms of mobility, visibility, is a problem because we do not have vehicles. So I wrote to the Minister of Interior, appealing to his office to give us more men and women, to also give us some vehicles. We are yet to receive these things so that we are able to reduce this crime rate. I also remember, Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency the Vice President was in Bole for Gonjalan Youth Association, I drew his attention to the fact that that area needs some kind of attention so far as security is concerned. We share a boundary with La Côte d'Ivoire, and because of the gold activities in that area, you have a lot of foreigners coming in, using so many unapproved routes. And that also accounts for the fact that crime rate is going up. I wrote the Minister of Interior suggesting that we need a police post at a place called Dollar Power, where most of these criminals find their way into our country. And Mr. Speaker, for your information, in 2016, a military officer was killed around this area. We are here to get attention for setting up a police post in this area. And so these are some of the problems.
Actually, I allowed it for some 50 seconds.
Sorry.
Honorable gentleman, because you are not on your seat, I always find people to get your name. You are not on your seat. Yes. You can comment on the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You see, you are on the seat of Honorable Gifty Chum Ampofo, not on your seat. So I'm finding it difficult to identify you. May you just tell us who you are? Yes, go on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my name is Dr. Stephen Amwa, MP for Ishiayeso.
Stephen. Sylvia Moa.
Yeah, yes. All right.
Yes, honorable member, go on.
Father, thank you for giving your only son this opportunity. Mr. Speaker.
At least, whether people disagree with you or not, you are always candid and you stand by your principles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just as has been said by the maker of the statement, when it comes to issues of security, I think it has to be nationalistically taken extra serious. It's all over. It's been with us for so many years as a country. And it is time we approached it with a different concept and introduced new paradigm shift in dealing with this antisocial, scarcity and aberrant behaviors of those who think they have the right to disturb the peace of other Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, a total of 1,397 robbery cases were recorded at the end of the year 2016 as compared to 1,411 cases in the year 2015. It was a huge jump. Mr. Speaker, the same period, anybody here that used to travel between Ashanti region and northern region through Guahaf will bear with me that if you travel after 6 p.m., you have to be part of about 50 buses and other small cars to be escorted by the security agents. This is a fact near Kintampo area there. Now, if you come to even my constituency, Mr. Speaker, almost every week before 6 a.m. and after 7 p.m., somebody is robbed. I'm talking about this time. So it is an issue that to me in Ghana here, all of us must not heap scorn on the fact that it's happening in somebody's constituency. It is a nationalistic issue. You might not know where you find yourself at a particular point in time one day. I am quite surprised that even though the policemen are doing their best, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you see unregistered motorbikes all over, passing through barriers. Police are there. Just last week I stopped to question one policeman that did you see it near near where the mosque, the big mosque is, Kawukudi area. I want to find out whether our policemen are indeed doing what they are supposed to do, fighting these recalcitrant armed robbers in our society, or targeting only MPs. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the policemen are doing well. Some of them too, however, their actions and inactions, directly, indirectly, are supporting even robbery and stealing in our society. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also tell the public that they should not harbor relevant pieces of information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member for West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement and to also sympathize with the family of Richard Odombia for this great loss. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman was a young man, progressive, hardworking, and a good representative of his people, both as a region and as a family. We know him as a very hardworking person, very committed person, and his future looked very bright until this act of evil that took his life. Mr. Speaker, his story could have been a story of any one of us who traveled through this road every now and then. And the pain about it is that this road and the accidents associated with it are so numerous that you can't recount all of them. It tells that we travel through danger every single time we travel between our constituency and Accra, and from Accra back to our constituency, because it's a route that the whole region has to pass through every single time you have to travel there. Mr. Speaker, when we heard about this event, it shocked everybody, because we thought that these people just wanted money, not the life of the gentleman. If they wanted money and stopped the car, what was the reason why they had to kill him? So I believe that there is much more to be found out in this matter than just the fact that he was killed. Was it armed robbery? Was it a contract killing? Was it just hate crime? The Speaker, all this we have to find out about all this. The family is very hurt in this matter. And I just imagine the two children he has, the young wife he has, what they'll be doing with their lives at this stage, when this man lost his life the way he lost it. So it is something we need to reflect on much more deeply. And I'll be very happy if Mr. Speaker authorizes the police service to do something much more concretely on this road. And listening to the Bole Bomboy MP, it shows that there had always been a demand to do something on the road, and not much has been done. Today is a lawyer. Yesterday it was a policeman. The other day it was a bus that was hijacked and a number of people killed. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what the next thing will be. So I would want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, to give a directive for us, for the Minister of Interior to do something concrete about it. He himself travels on that road. And I believe that every single, if you make any suggestion as to his needed commitment to work on the road to ensure that the security network is tightened there, he definitely will find it necessary to do so. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and let me renew my sympathy again and condolences for the families of this man and for all the people of the Upper West region who saw this young lawyer as their own and wanted to see him rise to the level where there can be much more benefit from him than to his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the last one, compelled to do so because of the issue. The honourable member for Nadoli Kaleo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. I also want to commend the honourable member for Drapa for bringing this matter up. My condolences also to the family, Richard Badumbie's family. Richard Badumbie was a friend and a brother, a comrade and a contemporary. I encountered him in 2000, post-secondary, and Tumu in the Sala East district, when he was then preparing to enter the university. He came across as a very smart, intelligent, and a very resourceful person of great convictions. Richard Badumbie would later house me in the university for about 1.5 years under the Pecha-Pechi relationship. So we're truly brothers. So the news of his demise, especially the circumstances surrounding his demise, hit all of us so hard. Richard Badumbie, from a very low beginning, worked very hard to see himself through school, only to have his life terminated under such circumstances. He was a true leader. Through basic education to secondary school, he was always a leader. At the university, he was the president of the Upper West Students' Union when I worked with him. Beyond that, when he wanted to pursue law, he was also the president of the Law Students' Union. Very principled. He later resigned that position based on principles when I encountered him. This is the person, a lawyer with limitless opportunity, that has his life terminated under such circumstances. Again, my condolences to the family, but his death has brought again into light the insecurity on our highways, particularly between Kumasi and in the north, as indicated by some other persons. I think we need to look at the policing we do, especially on the highways, because from the eyewitness account, Richard Bodombi was shot within a radius of 300 meters from the last police checkpoint. From the last police checkpoint. So it indicates that the checkpoints, the stationary checkpoints, are not doing enough to curb robberies on the way. And we need to review that. Probably pay more attention to patrols on the highways. Again, communities should realize that we are living with such persons. And when we see such issues, we should report them, because any other person could be a victim. And then thirdly, we need to look at access to arms in this country. Access to arms, the procedure in acquiring such arms. There are several illegal sources from which people procure these arms and conduct themselves in such ways. Unless we make a national issue out of these robberies, we are all at risk. Today, it is Richard Bodombi, and particularly we seated here, classified as a political class. We are not exempt from such attacks. And I want us to take a serious look at this and see what we could do as a house against such robberies. Once again, my condolences to the family. May the soul of Richard Bodombi rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the House, I want to convey the sincerest condolences of the members and staff of Parliament to the family and the district of the late legal luminary Bodombi. This House will have to do something to support the security agencies to be able not just to defend and protect us, but to enforce law and order. And so the relevant committees would need to invite the heads of these agencies and have some thorough discussion with them to assist us prioritize or reprioritize the essentials of our life. A serious value has just been lost. And we can't continue to dissipate our very scarce resources this way. So, honorable members, please, relevant committees, take up the matter, because this is becoming too rampant. But as the honorable member for Wa West stated, see something, say something. We need to strengthen our intelligence and research units. We need to plead with the Ghana Police Service and other security agencies to see the civilians as their friends. The pusher is also what is preventing the see something, say something. Please, you cannot do your duty without the civilian population. They are your friends, they are your brothers, they are your sisters. Let's work together. This House will do all we can to support the security agencies. Apart from the global threats, we have the national threats, and we are having individual threats. The first security starts with you. Please take care of yourselves. With this, I convey once more the deepest condolences to the family, particularly his young wife and children, And I want to end by saying that the good Lord himself will touch their hearts. And we should still continue to praise the Lord, because anything that happens to us happens for the good. So with this, I thank the maker of the statement. We will now take the last statement, because I've been told my daughter, the Honorable Dr. Senator, has come back from the other commitments. And so her statement, as I mentioned earlier on, is on the devastating effects of floods in Accra. And she wants to address the recent floods in Accra. Honorable Member, it's your turn to present the statement.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. You didn't wish me a belated happy birthday, though, as your daughter.
Sorry?
You didn't wish me a happy birthday, though, as your daughter. It was
Well,
my birthday.
you are no more in my hands now, so I've even forgotten your birthday. I'm a normal man, you know. The men usually don't recollect birthdays. It's the ladies who do. So forgive me for not recollecting that you were born today. I wish you the happiest birthday.
Belated. It was yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, kindly ask that the Hansa Department capture the full statement in its entirety so that I can read just the salient paragraphs due to the time constraints. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the recent flooding that occurred in parts of Accra, including Odona, Abosiokai, Kanishi, Dansuman, Kwame Nkrumah Interchange, Alajo, and Agbogloshi, which left many homeless and stranded, left vehicles submerged under several feet of water, and washed away the produce of several market women and traders. Year after year, it's the same problem at the same time of year. When will this finally be resolved? On the night of 21st May, there was a heavy downpour, which had those of us in low-lying areas frightened. And then came the rainfall of Monday, the night of 23rd May, 2022, which exacerbated the level of angst and extent of damage already left in the wake of the previous rains. The levels of water reached as high as 6 feet in some areas. Mr. Speaker, statements in relation to flooding on this floor have been given perennially, lamenting over the issues without gaining enough traction. And 7 years down the line after the June 3rd disaster, the same disappointing story can be told. The impact on the economic, social, and even mental health status of victims is beyond what is easily perceived. The causes of flooding, both climate-related and man-made, include but are not limited to poor planning, building in waterways, lack of reservoirs, reduced green areas for water to seep into the soil, increased population density with an inadequate drainage capacity, and of course the discarding of solid waste, especially plastics, in our waterways. Furthermore, the performance audits report of the Auditor General on provision of flood control drains by the Hydrological Services Department of the Ministry of Works and Housing 2021 indicated that the Hydrological Services Department of the Ministry of Works and Housing invested over 117 million cedis within 5 years to construct 110 kilometers of drain to tackle flooding, but to date only 12 kilometers have been done. The report also indicated that the HSD did not construct any of the retention ponds targeted for 18 drainage basins, and to make matters worse, out of the 27 drainage projects, 15 had engineering defects that contributed to the flooding nationwide. According to the report, the main causes of flooding across the country could be attributed to defective drains, poor maintenance of existing drains, and failure to execute targeted drainage projects. I went around my constituency to assess the level of damage and interact with constituents who had been affected, and once again, it was clear that the floodwaters are no respecter of socioeconomic status, partisanship, or age group. My visit to the Odona market, for instance, was so heart-wrenching as the women, many of whom are single mothers like myself, had to pull together as they tried to salvage what was left of their produce and other items that they were selling. Mr. Speaker, to see elderly women in their 70s and 80s lamenting about loans they'd taken out to purchase goods that they were selling and wondering how they were going to repay these loans was heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, these hardworking women who put food on our tables and are yet the hardest hit, with hardly any buffers in place to support them when the disasters occur. Many of them whose small businesses are still reeling from the effects of lockdown and disruption to the supply chain, and then having been hit by 2 major floods in less than 72 hours was simply too much to bear. Walking into various homes and shops in the affected areas and seeing how resolute people were to rebuild as quickly as possible made me wonder what all the taxes that we pay are for, if at such a time our most vulnerable in society are left to their own devices and not provided with enough relief from such disasters, at a time when a government is happy to impose taxes and penalize people who do not pay them. The emotional anguish of these people was tangible, and the feeling of hopelessness to overcome as people kept asking when the problem would be resolved by the government. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, this House approved an amount of $200 million for the Greater Accra Resilient Integrated Development Project from the World Bank. This was meant to cover a period from 2020 to 2025. The minister at the time assured the House that the project would commence in October 2020. Unfortunately, this did not happen, and once again, we were reassured that in 2021, December last year, the project would begin. We are in May, and ironically, the flooding is worse now in some parts. 2 years after the funding was approved in Parliament, we're still waiting for the project to be executed as promised. The Odo River, which is part of the territory that's covered by the Garrett project, is in my constituency and is of great care to me, of great concern to me, I beg your pardon. In Klosekole, flooding affects many of our electoral areas, including Adebraka North, Adebraka Official Town, Asylum Down, Odorna, Osudoku, and even some parts of Osukinkanwe. Mr. Speaker, houses that hitherto did not suffer from flooding are now experiencing flooding. Unlike people who are in the middle and upper socioeconomic levels, most of the hardworking persons who are mostly affected by the floods do not have the relevant shock absorbers in place to cushion them from the devastating effects of the floods. And in the aftermath of the June 3rd disaster in 2015, many residents complained that a lot of the insurance companies were not prepared to cover the goods or their properties based on their geographical locations, which basically meant they had nothing to fall back on in the event of this disaster happening. As a nation, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope that whatever resources can be mobilized to support the affected person and start the engineering work will improve and maybe prevent the kind of disasters that we've seen, and further recommendations made by the Auditor General's Department taken seriously by the government and implemented if impact is to be made in the lives of those who've been devastated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nilante Vandapoe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably delivered by my colleague, Member of Parliament for Kole Klote. Mr. Speaker, this statement is so timely because tomorrow we will be celebrating the 7th anniversary of the disaster which hit all of us in Accra on the June 3rd, 2016. Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves lessons and ask whether we've been able to learn anything at all from what happened on the 3rd of June that year. We celebrate the day almost every day, but we continue to do the same things that led to that disaster. We continue to sit down and allow the rains to come before we do the routine maintenance regimes that we are supposed to be doing in order to clear the drains and get the water to flow when it rains. So much has been said about the amount of money that has been spent in clearing the Odo. But the Odo is not the only solution. The Odo is not the only solution to this problem of perennial flooding in Accra.
The door may be the receptacle, but the other channels that lead to that receptacle are blocked. When there is no access for the Chemu to receive, the Mukose to receive, how will the Odo receive? So, we must begin to call our engineers to question and ask them, how can a country like Ghana continue to sit down and problems that have bedeviled us since 1960, we cannot find a solution to it? 1960! The problem that confronted us in 1960, that devil is still sitting down in our houses and living with us in the country in the year 2022. What is our problem? What is our problem as a country? So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot absolve ourselves of this blame as a people. We've killed our people. We've caused damage to property for many Ghanaians because we have refused to respond to the problem that confronts this country as a people. And I think that today, in addressing this issue again in this House, Mr. Speaker, I know your passion for the development of this country. I want this House, if we really have the muscle, to begin to question the people we give responsibility to address these issues. We should not allow this House to be another forum for just talking and allowing laissez-faire, allowing things to be the way they are. This House must begin to exercise and prove to the country that we also have a muscle to demand answers from people who are given responsibilities to discharge certain duties for us. Because those of us in Accra, and I'm happy my sister was delivering, I wonder how she's going to handle the myriad of problems that are confronting her today as a member of parliament for that area. I share in her sentiments because the overflow of her problems fall on me. Mr. Speaker, we the MPs in Accra are suffering.
Honorable Neil Lante Van der Poel, all MPs are suffering, not only MPs in Greater Accra. Yes, we have to go back. I gave you 1 extra minute. So you are not cut off exactly at 3 minutes. I gave you 1 extra minute because of the seriousness of the problem. And really, the Committee on Works and Housing will have to do a lot of work on this matter. Yes, Honorable Emmanuel Bejira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate my honorable colleague, Member of Parliament for Clote Colley, for bringing this once again to the House for us to discuss the perennial flooding of Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, we all know the rains have started setting in, and therefore we need to educate our constituents as to what will be happening to us when our drains and rivers are clogged with things that we put in those drains. Mr. Speaker, technically, she has mentioned that the clogging of our drains, that's the choking of our drains with our own rubbish, sometimes leads to the overflow of running waters into our secondary drains. That causes this, causes the flooding. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we all know most of these things are man-made. We build on waterways. We said it over and over again that building on waterways will prevent water to enter into the drains that's supposed to lead it to where it's supposed to go. But over and over, we allow people to build on waterways. MMDCs sign what we call development permit for people to build on waterways. And at the end of the day, His Excellency the President will ask them to demolish it. It is the same MMDCs that allows them to build on waterways.
How can we be doing this into ourselves? If you know very well that building on waterways will cause flooding, and you allow yourself to be used to sign, building permits, and at the end of the day you go back and demolish the house, then there's definitely nothing good in you, the MMDC, that has signed the thing, because you are supposed to check whether.
Yes, a minute. Honorable members, in view of the nature of business before the House, I direct that sitting be held outside the normal prescribed hours. I so direct. Honorable member, continue.
And so I want to plead with all our MMDCs and assemblies, district assemblies and planning officers, that they should check plans that they send for signature or approval of development permits. They should check it. They should not just allow monetary consideration for them to just pass any building plans that passes through them. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, Garrett project has been on a drawing board for over and over. The Western Housing Committee has requested that Garrett project should by now take off. Over 200 million has been approved in this house. And today, we are still grappling with flooding in Accra. One of the solutions for this flooding in Accra has to do with Garrett. The collection of water ran off all the way from Eburi area would have been dealt with, so that we can have underground channels that will carry the water into Mukuse and the rest to the sea. But that money, we don't even know where it is. $200 million. And we are struggling with flooding in Accra. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to use this opportunity that Speaker will direct the minister to come and answer to this House. How come the 200 million has not been fully utilized, and what is the problem with the 200 million? So that we all know whether it's been used for any other or been diverted to any other, on any other department or used for any other thing. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this wonderful statement by my colleague member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has lived in Asylum Down, clearly I can understand the frustration of my sister. I recollect, those days we would have to hold our baths when it rains, simply because your rooms and virtually everywhere in your house would get flooded. Just last week, on a WhatsApp page from my church, I still worship around the Asylum Down. The entire church got flooded. So it tells me that these issues, the issue of flooding, is something that needs critical attention. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, the minister has indicated that government has invested some 450 million in controlling flood in Accra. Yes, we have seen projects ongoing, we've seen programs running, but clearly there's a need to do more. Mr. Speaker, if you have ever lived or if you have ever witnessed periods where it's about to rain, especially along the gutters from Nima right through to Asylum Down to Adabaka and all of that, you will realize that much of the problems is actually within us. That is the period where people would want to throw dustbins into the big gutters because they feel that it's a free period for them to clear away their rubbish in their house. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst we call on government to invest heavily in that sector, it is important for us to also change our behavior. It's important to educate our populace that if you continue to throw rubbish in the gutters, it will get choked and eventually your house will get flooded. Mr. Speaker, one of the initiatives by government, which is before the Western Housing Committee, is a consideration of the hydrological bill. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that if we are to fast track the implementation or the passing of this bill, in that we would establish the hydrological authority and ensure that they have enough money. I'm sure they are able to solve most of these challenges, the fixing of gutters and all of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on government to, as a matter of urgency, consider allocating some portions of the sanitation levy into the hydro authority. They will need money to function. They will need money to construct new drains, at least from the sanitation levy and also probably the common fund levy. When we channel some money to that place, we would have an authority that can be held responsible for flooding in our country. And I think that we'll be making a lot of headway in solving this perennial flooding that we continually see in Accra. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Thank you very much.
Yes, the Honorable former Minister for Works and Housing, now Chair of the Committee on Mines and yes.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words by way of contribution to the statement made by Honorable Ezanato Rollins. I know when I was a Minister for Works and Housing, she was always on my heels regarding this matter. Honorable Speaker, what hurts my soul is the use of the word the perennial flooding. That word perennial is self-indicting and self-insulting to this nation of ours. But I'm glad today to hear that flowers do not wear party colors. So we won't do ping pong in this august house and say that this particular government is responsible for this problem and that, but we should look at it nationally. When we look at it nationally to help. Honorable Speaker, I was educated as when I was a Minister for Works and Housing, that just 2 years after our independence, Accra was heavily flooded. President Nkrumah, with the largesse of the British Exchequer and his capacity to even give loans to Guinea. 2 years after independence, this low-lying area called Accra was heavily flooded. And we've said a lot about this flooding. Even talking about sinking 450 million into flood control measures. Honorable Speaker, these are palliatives. These are not permanent fix. Because, Honorable Speaker, what are we doing as a nation? We have, as has been said, bad habits of dumping our debris into open gutters and they getting choked and then we distil. So there's a yearly ritual of desilting. Put in the rubbish, spend good money, and then, take it out for purpose of getting the flow of, the excess water into designated areas without the spillover called the flooding. So, Honorable Speaker, this is what we've been doing. But there is another dimension of solving this problem once and for all. And we need to look at it. It's very capital intensive, but we need to look at it. If not, we use our little money to be solving this problem, and it won't help us. The way to go, given our bad habits and the rest of the challenges of this country, is to have the culvert constructed subterranean. Honorable Speaker, I was given this advice long ago. I made the presentation to the cabinet. We should go subterranean, whereby every filth and dirty water is not seen. You don't have open drains in London. Although the filth they churn out daily will overwhelm what we are churning out, in months. But if we don't go subterranean and you have open drains, Honorable Speaker, trust me, insofar as we keep doing the wrong things, and then the local government system is virtually broken down in terms of our hygienic conditions. The Asian tankers people are no longer there to police the environment. We'll come back with this sing-song, I'm afraid. And it wouldn't matter whether it's MPP in power or NDC in power. If you don't take a very, very qualitative decision
and find good money. You cannot fight this, mess of flooding with coins. If you use the budgetary lines of this country, I do not see how we can ever solve this problem unless we take a bold decision that if cocoa matters to this country, and therefore we go to the stock exchange and stock market, the bonds market, and get good money to meet the needs of the cocoa season in millions of dollars, because cocoa matters to us. Why are we not saying that, in fact, flooding has a very debilitating effect, the cost to lives, property, and livelihood, and therefore we should also raise very good money and tackle this problem once and for all. If every government is interested in tackling it, if you have your 8 years, you do your very best to continue with the program. Another government comes and they continue, we'll be able to solve this problem. Let me touch on Gary and sit down. Madam Speaker, I saw that the loan coming from the World Bank and even the way we utilize the loan is at a tortoise pace. It's not from the Ministry of Works and Housing. When the World Bank is doing you some favors, their technical inertia is so embarrassing. But that is the way they go.
Honorable member even gave you 2 extra minutes, just because you were a minister there and you have a lot to share with us. But it is a very important matter that we should not always just allow it to finish after the statement. I think the committee should take it up. But I still wonder why metro assemblies still depend on common funds. They still depend on government loans to do some of these things. Property rates are not things that they are focused on at all. Government also tries to bite more than it can chew. Accra has killed all the rivers. We've killed all the rivers, buried them, and where do we expect the water to pass through? All living cities in the world now have rivers running through them. Mark my words, living cities. And so if you have a city without a river running through it, it's what? A dead city. We have to look at all these things. It's a dead city. If you have a city without a water or river running through it, it's a dead city. Water is life. And so it's a very important thing that we have to prioritize and take on. So Committee on Works and Housing, don't just allow it to go as one of the talk shops. Take it up, sit with the decision, and let's discuss it seriously. We'll try to support government to raise the necessary revenue. That is why we are going to have the Ways and Means Committee. They will help. It's our duty to make sure that enough revenue is raised for the country, not the executive. The Constitution is very clear on that. So, honorable members, I want to thank you. We'll end the statements here. We'll move on to public business, and we'll go straight to item 8, which is presentation of papers. And from the application that was made by the Majority Chief Whip, we will take 8D, which is by the Chairman of the Committee. Yes, the Majority Chief Whip had to lay this paper for and on behalf of the Speaker himself. I chaired that committee and I gave him the authority to do so. The paper is a report of the Committee of Selection on the composition of other standing and select committees. Actually, it's standing and other committees. If we have to quote the Constitution, standing and other committees. You can call the other committees by any name, select, ad hoc, special, or whatever. So the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all honorable members. We now will handle presentation and first reading of bills. Am I right?
Speaker, with respect, that was the consensus. Yes, we had agreed to lay 9. Unfortunately, the member whose name the item is advertised. So I will seek your leave, Speaker, if it pleases you, that I can lay it on behalf of the member.
Yes, I think you can do it. Yes, sorry, minority.
Speaker, we have no objection to that.
Yes, this one has been outstanding for a long time, 2021. Yesterday, I got serious pressure from civil society on this matter. Very important bill, and it's been on for a long time. Just on the order paper, it's not being laid. It's being sponsored by the Honourable Member for Akim Procedural, Honourable Kennedy Nyako Osei, and since he's not around, I've allowed the Majority Chief Whip to lay it on his behalf. Now, the bill is accordingly referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration. Sorry, the bill is laid and referred to the committee for it to be referred to the Council of State for the constitutional duty and period for them to make inputs into the bill. It's a very important legislation, and I think it's dealing with dual nationality. So, honourable members, take time to go through it, and when it comes back from the Council of State, we can do justice to it.
An act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to remove restrictions imposed on dual citizens and persons who owe allegiance to a country other than Ghana from holding the public offices specified in Clause 2 of Article 8 and Paragraph 8 of Clause 2 of Article 94 and provide for related matters.
So, honourable members, as I stated earlier on, the bill is referred to the Council of State for their consideration and report back to the House, where we refer to our committee to lead us, the Committee on Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs. Yes, any guidance?
Speaker, I guess we can take item 13 on page 5.
Honourable members, we now take item 13, which is a private member's motion. And the sponsors of the motion are Honourable Alhaji Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, Honourable Kwabena Menta Akando, Honourable Dr. Mark Kurt Nawani, and Honourable Mrs. Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare. Who is going to move the motion? Yes, Honourable Akando.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to move motion item 13 on today's order paper that this Honourable House constitute a bipartisan committee to probe the circumstances leading to the death of Madam Augustina Awoche, who died in an ambulance when he was being transported from Holy Child Catholic Hospital at Fijai, near Takoradi in the Western Region, to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Accra, on the 4th of January 2022. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, I wish to provide some sort of information on this particular motion to the House. Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of January 2022, Madam Augustina Awoche attended Holy Child Hospital in Fijai. After undergoing cesarean section, Mr. Speaker, she developed some sort of complications and she was referred to Kolebu Teaching Hospital by Holy Child Hospital. Mr. Speaker, let's take note that Holy Child Hospital is in the Western Region, and we have a Fiam Kwanta Hospital, which is very few kilometers from Holy Child Hospital. yet he was referred to Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The Speaker, as though that is not enough, we have Central Regional Hospital, which is in Cape Coast, again, very few kilometers from Fijai, yet she was referred to Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The Speaker will have to know why that happened. If it is the case that these two hospitals do not have the capacity to handle that situation, the Speaker, as a House, we need to find antidote to that particular problem in order to prevent the reoccurrence of such a situation. The Speaker, proceeding from there, Mr. Speaker, after the ambulance was summoned and then the patient was being transported to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, they called the deceased husband, the husband of the deceased, and he met them at Shama Junction. Mr. Speaker, on meeting them, the ambulance crew demanded 600 Ghana cedis from the husband of the deceased. The Speaker, he struggled to give them 50 Ghana cedis and promised them that he was going to arrange or he was going to organize the money for them upon arrival at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The Speaker, the ambulance crew then returned. They got back to Holy Child Hospital. The Speaker, when they arrived at Holy Child Hospital, the ambulance crew and the hospital staff were engaged in an argument where the patient was still lying in the ambulance for hours, about 3 hours. The Speaker, after the long argument, they then started the journey again. The Speaker, on arriving at Cape Coast, the patient was pronounced dead. The Speaker, we need to know whether indeed the ambulance crew demanded 600 Ghana cedis from the patients. The Speaker, per the provisions and allocations we do in this House, ambulance crew, they are not supposed to demand any money from any patient before rendering their services. The Speaker, this motion is so important. It has developed high public interest because this is not the first time we are hearing such a situation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on the House for us to constitute a bipartisan probe into this matter in order to fix if there's anything that is broken. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second to the motion ably moved by Honorable Mental Kando for this House to constitute a bipartisan committee to investigate the circumstances leading to the death of Madam Augustina Awutwe, who died in an ambulance when she was being transported from Holy Child Catholic Hospital at Fijai, near Takoradi, in the Western Region, to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Accra, on the 4th of January 2022. The Speaker, this is a very important activity that I believe, as a House, we need to take very seriously, and we need to be doing more of this. The Speaker, if you look at the time, this happened almost 6 months ago, and it's now that Parliament is taking the necessary steps. It is worrying. We don't seem to be very responsive to the needs of our people as and when the challenges come. It may be true that Parliament was on recess when this thing happened, but Parliament resumed some few weeks after, and that will have been the ideal time. Mr. Speaker, this will strengthen the oversight of Parliament and help us as a House to be able to win the confidence of the citizenry that we represent. Mr. Speaker, on the details of what happened, Mr. Speaker, when this happened and you heard the husband on many networks, Mr. Speaker, you will be very worried. You'll be very worried, and it is very sad that when he narrates what happened, Mr. Speaker, if any of us had either lost a wife or a child during childbirth, you will appreciate deeply the challenges that confront our country and why we must act to be able to stop some of these things from happening. Because, Mr. Speaker, much of it is as a result of recklessness from our own officials, either from the ambulance service or from the hospital at the Holy Child Catholic Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I say this with a lot of pain. In 2007, I went very close to this kind of incident when I was in the constituency. I was meeting constituents, a lot of them, of course, in the house, and my wife, who was then heavily pregnant, was waiting for me to finish seeing my constituent before she draws my attention to the pain she was going through. Mr. Speaker, when I entered, we had to rush to Confanoti Teaching Hospital. She was immediately referred to the ward. And when we met the midwife, who was half asleep because it was obviously after 11:30 p.m., almost midnight, she just came, touched her and said, "Oh, Honorable, you can go home. Everything will be fine." On my way out, I met a friend, doctor, that a long time we met. Then he said, "Hey, what are you doing here at this time of the day?" And I said, "Oh, my wife, Zainab, was here for this reason." He said, "Oh, can we go and I'll see her?" Because the moment the doctor saw her, everything changed. He said, "Look," when he touched her, he said, "Look, she ruptured the womb." Meanwhile, the midwife was there and said that everything was okay, I should go home. And that was the beginning of the rush to theater. And God, being on our side, were able to save the mother but lost the child. So, Mr. Speaker, if you've gone through some of this pain and people are narrating this incident, as a house, we cannot continue to just say that, "Oh, let's leave it to the hospital to investigate. Let's leave it to the Ministry of Health to investigate." The time for us to begin to do many more public hearing on activities around our country is now. Then people begin to see that when you are reckless in your corner, there will be an opportunity for Parliament to put you before the camera and the whole world seeing and you answering, Mr. Speaker, for lack of better word, how stupid you were on the line of your duty and how reckless you were when you were treating your own citizens the way you treated them, and sometimes leading to their death, amputation wrongly, people getting severely sick, people getting their situation aggravated, and what have you. So, Mr. Speaker, it is on that I support, and I want this House to agree, that we constitute a bipartisan committee that will publicly probe the circumstances that led to the death. Because the husband, when he was narrating his incident, Mr. Speaker, I shed tears. He walked with his wife to the hospital. It wasn't that she was carried in an ambulance to the hospital. They walked there. And when the time came for her to be transferred and what have you, talking about fuel, talking about money, they kept wasting time. The ambulance moved, came back, as if they were not dealing with life. And this innocent woman lost her life. This House must begin to be very responsive to activities such as this, so that we can help our citizens to get most of our officers who choose to be reckless. Now, Speaker, let me say that it is not every health worker that is reckless. The Speaker, one time when you go to our hospitals and you see how they stretch themselves to save life, it is admirable. But the few recalcitrants that are in there, Mr. Speaker, we should be bold to punish them, so that it is strengthening those who are doing the right thing, and to also tell anyone who thinks that he can get reckless and get away with it, that no, the time has come that any nasty thing that you do in our country, you'll be brought to book. So it is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion, and I hope that when the investigation, we agree to do this, we carry out this investigation, our colleagues that will be given the opportunity to sit on this committee will do their utmost best to get to the bottom and let us get the perpetrators punished, so that these incidents will never happen again in our country. With this, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and hope that the House is going to support this motion so that their investigation will be carried out. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this is a very important motion. It's been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. But, honourable members, my master says yes. I cannot say no. So I'll suspend sitting for 10 minutes. And then we'll come and continue with the debate. Sitting is suspended for 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, thank you so much for understanding the statement. My master says yes, I cannot say no. I've been given a list of the names of the contributors to the motion. No, that is the bipartisan committee. Yes, membership of the bipartisan committee. And so, as to the number of contributors, it's left to me. I don't know whether it should be 2 from each side or 3 from each side of the political divide. 2, 3, 4, yes, Majority Chief Whip. 2 apiece. 2 apiece.
Speaker.
Gender inclusiveness by all means.
Speaker, 2 each on each side and leadership.
Why should we always be and leadership?
Speaker.
Why is it that always leadership want to talk?
Speaker,
It's not everything that leadership should always contribute. Please, let's give room to our followers to grow up. You learn by doing. It's not everything that is always.
Speaker, shall we make it 3-3 then? 3 on each side.
So 3-3?
Yes. Okay. Not necessarily leadership. 3-3 on each side.
Yes, my daughter.
Thank you very much.
Because of my age, I have so many daughters, so don't worry. I will come to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the private members' motion put together by Alhaji Mohammed Mubarak, Kwabena Minta Kando, Makwani, and my good self. Mr. Speaker, on 4th of January 2022, Ghanaians woke up to a sad news of the death of one Madam Christiana Awotri. May she rest peacefully. When the news broke up, on the instructions of the leader of the minority group, the Chief Whip instructed Honorable Kwabena Minta Kando and my good self to go to Fijai to get first-hand information on the death of Madam Awotri. Mr. Speaker, you also extended your condolences, and they were really happy that the third gentleman of the land has shown interest on the death of this woman. Mr. Speaker, when we went, Mr. John Obri Yeboah, the husband of the deceased, narrated how he stood helplessly whilst his wife suffered and died because he was unable to, among other things, provide 600 cedis to buy fuel to transport her from Fijai to Kolebru. What was his wife's crime? Her only crime was that he was having a baby, a natural duty a woman has to undertake. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us as a country to take a holistic look at the Ghana Ambulance Service and what they are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, it is very fair that patients know beforehand what they are supposed to do, because it is trite learning that the National Health Insurance provides free ambulance service. And so that is what an average person goes to the maternity ward and expect that in case of emergency, she will be transported free of charge to the next available facility. However, when that happened to Madam Augustina Awotri,
she was asked to pay. Mr. Speaker, government has provided ambulances. I know that the role of ambulance in health service delivery is important to you and everybody. We know your role when you were Minister for Health in procuring ambulances for Ghana. The government of Ghana has procured ambulances for Ghana, but has failed to provide a clear-cut policy of how this ambulance service is supposed to run and help in our health needs. This is an opportunity. It's unfortunate that we've lost Augustina Awoche, but I know that if care is not taken, a lot more Augustina Awoche is going to happen to Ghana. You are going to lose needlessly a lot of mothers to cases like this. Mr. Speaker, this is without prejudice to what might have occasioned the transfer. We also have to look at the circumstances leading to her transfer. So the hospital also have to look again at their services, the mode of transfer, and the nearest hospital available for that to happen. We pray that this bipartisan committee will do a thorough job to ensure that in future we are not going to face with patients who are sick, who don't know they are supposed to pay, only to be saddled with the unfortunate incident of payment or, in lieu of payment, death. We know the ambulance service may have its own problems, but this is the more reason why the government has to pay National Health Insurance Scheme for National Health Insurance Scheme to also pay facilities to enable them to do their work effectively. But I know by and large, Ghana's Parliament will stand tall and make sure that all these anomalies are corrected so that our mothers, our young mothers will have safe deliveries, and in case of any eventualities, they'll be taken good care of. We thank you for admitting this motion, and we hope that this bipartisan committee will do a great job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honourable Minister, Western Region.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And also to say that I support a committee to investigate this matter. My only worry is that the movers of the motion tended to have come from one side of the divide. Mr. Speaker, I believe that since we have a health committee, this could have been brought to their attention for them to investigate it like we do at education committees, so that we would have done or responded to this issue way back, maybe 6 months ago, and not today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you take the circumstances that led to the death of Mrs. Awoche, you come to realize that it was a case of incapacity of being taken care of in the Western region. That is why she was being transferred all the way to Accra. It is for this reason that I am very happy that the President is currently investing in the Ifyo Quanta Hospital to make it a teaching hospital, such that such cases will not, in the future, be transferred. Because we've seen some of these. My own friend died during COVID simply because we didn't get the facilities to take care of that person in Western region. My own chief executive, Keke Sam, was also had to be transferred all the way from Takrade to Accra because we don't have the capacity to be able to take care of them in these instances. Mr. Speaker, if we take this case in particular, the report I got from the ambulance officer in Takrade was basically that the allocation for fuel is meant for their jurisdiction. And therefore, any time they are transferring people outside the jurisdiction, they request families to support them with fuel to be able to move them. And that has been the system. Mr. Speaker, in this particular instance, the information I was given was that the doctor had communicated with the family about this situation. So when the ambulance moved out of the place, they didn't have the money to buy the fuel to continue their journey to Accra. That is why they came back. So I believe that it is the policy gap in that area that we need to look at and fix. Mr. Speaker, this has not only been the challenge of the National Ambulance Service. There's been a lot of instances that even when they pick the people,
sometimes the hospitals themselves will tell them that they don't have beds for them, and therefore they can't bring them. Yeah, but the fact that there's no bed at the hospital doesn't mean that it's physical beds. It means that the capacity of the hospitals are also occupied. So we have to really look at all these gaps that we have in our health delivery system, so that as we fix them, some of the challenges that the National Ambulance Service is having can be rectified. We shouldn't be going there as a witch hunt. We should be going there to look at some of the challenges, the real challenges that are being faced by our own people. So, Mr. Speaker, I basically do believe that this needs to be investigated at our level. But I think that having a bipartisan committee per se, maybe next time we should really look at giving it to the appropriate committees that already exist, instead of creating new committees, so that we can respond as quickly as possible to some of these needs of the Ghanaian people all across the length and breadth of the country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is the right thing for us to do now and look at it going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Sandar.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to also contribute and support the private members' motion to establish a bipartisan committee to probe the circumstances that has led to this unfortunate maternal death. Mr. Speaker, Ghana could not achieve the MDGs on maternal health because of some of these challenges. Primarily, there are three delays that some of us are aware that maternal death falls under. The delay in deciding to seek health care, the delay in reaching health facility, and delay in access to quality health care when the mother finally reaches the health facility. Mr. Speaker, looking at the scenario and the reports on this maternal death clearly shows that something is wrong. Because definitely it is not the first delay, because they have reached the health facility. And it is about deciding to move the mother, refer this mother from one facility to the other. And it is in that process that this woman died. And therefore, it is important to find out the actual cause of this maternal death. As the mover of the motion has stated, as to why a mother will be referred from a mission facility in Takoradi to Kolebu, which is a teaching hospital, is something to find out, because we have a regional hospital and definitely we have a teaching hospital. The Cape Coast teaching hospital is there. So for this mother to move beyond a regional hospital in Western region, move beyond a teaching hospital in Cape Coast, and be referred to a teaching hospital in Accra, that is Kolebu, really there are gaps that we need to find out and to know the actual story and the actual cause of this there. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I really support, investigation into this, and that will let us know the cause and take steps to prevent such deaths. And Mr. Speaker, I know the efforts you've taken or you took when you were minister for health. And it's because of such unfortunate stories that efforts have been taken by government to provide ambulance services. And if the ambulances are there and our mothers are still dying, then it's defeating the purpose of the ambulance service. More especially why a mother, a pregnant woman, would be charged or some fee will be demanded before the ambulance moves. It's a story that we should move beyond in this country. It's something that should not lead to the death of a mother, and it's important that we find the cause of such a death. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I rise to speak to the motion, the private member's motion, and to make a few observations. First of all, from the outset, I want to share in the pain of the family and all the people who matter in this matter, and also particularly congratulate my colleagues. But just as my senior member observed, it was a bit unfortunate. Probably we could have done some more engagement so that both sides would have been the sponsors of this private members bill. Then it will create a very, in my own assessment, very all-inclusive impression from the outset. But be it as it may, Speaker, with respect, I looked at Order 191, which gives this House the right to form such committees to investigate matters of public importance. And our colleagues are spot on coming on a motion. Then again, I looked at Order 178, dedicated to the Health Committee, and I asked myself a rhetorical question. Is it the case that the Health Committee cannot, or do they have some limitations to go into this matter of public importance? And here I'm just playing the devil's advocate. Colleagues shouldn't take me or misinterpret my position. Can't it be the case, Mr. Speaker, and we all know that in practice, more often than not, even the committees inherently have the powers to go into matters without necessarily coming under referral from the high seat or from the Speaker. So I'm just thinking aloud. Can the Health Committee do this investigation? And don't forget, the Health Committee is made up of both members from both sides. Should we necessarily, Speaker, with respect, should we necessarily form this, in our colleagues' description, a bipartisan committee to investigate this matter? I beg to differ, and with the greatest respect to my colleagues, we should empower our committees. And Mr. Speaker, you've always admonished us that our committees have to appreciate the powers they have by law and as they are empowered by the standing orders. So that it doesn't become like, oh, this is something that we could have done with an existing committee and yet we have to form. But there are cases. I recall the Speaker not too long ago, I think the Survey Mandate Order 191, an ad hoc committee to talk the country investigating a matter of public importance. And in this matter, specifically on Sanwini, we did it. I recall, Speaker, my humble self was the chair of that ad hoc committee. So, Speaker, maybe we should be at your guidance while I speak in support, principally in support of the motion, and bringing, Speakers, your mind to these considerations that are inherent. I feel we cannot.
Sorry, Honorable, just a minute. Honorable Richard Champon, any point of order?
Mr. Speaker, very much so. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw my leader's attention to the fact that we are debating a motion, and the motion is calling on us to form a bipartisan committee to investigate a matter. But he is talking about an ad hoc committee. He is talking about a different subject matter altogether. So if you want to submit another motion, fine. So let's deal with the matter on the table. It's like he's just straying from the original motion that we are discussing. That's why I want to bring my good friend attention to it. You can submit a different motion to counter this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you are completely out of order.
Speaker, with respect, I will just conclude that in these matters, as experienced as you are, as a very experienced and respected legislator and a lawyer of good standing, we will defer to you in terms of your direction. But I have some strong views, and don't forget, we are setting a precedent. So I just feel that we should look at it again. But if it is the sense of the House that we should go on as our colleagues are requesting, already we have obliged. We have submitted names, I've engaged my colleague, and we will willingly do the bidding as the sense of the House is decided. Speaker, these are my views I want to submit with respect.
Yes, Honourable George Sam Nati, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to comment on this private member's motion to probe the death of Madam Augustina Awatri at the Holy Child's Hospital in Fijai. Right Honourable Speaker, I must start by commending you for your personal intervention in dispatching some members of Parliament to commiserate with the family and send your condolences and even financial support to the family. It shows the empathy that you hold and how dear this is to your heart. And Mr. Speaker, I can relate with this personally because in May last year, I had cause to meet with you and raise a similar incident that had happened at the Bator Catholic Hospital in the Honourable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa's constituency, where a 12-year-old boy from my constituency had been rushed to the Bator Catholic Hospital. And when he was rushed there, Mr. Speaker, it took 5 hours to get the ambulance service to even show up after the boy had been referred for emergency surgery at Kolebu. Even with that, it took the intervention of Honourable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, in whose constituency that was, to get us an ambulance. After getting the ambulance, Mr. Speaker, now the ambulance service in this instance did not just request for money, but said they needed confirmation from 37, where we had managed to get a bed for the child. It took another 6 hours to get confirmation. By the time the confirmation came, the young boy, 12-year-old, had become unconscious. They tried to resuscitate him, and he passed on to glory. We need to use this opportunity to have a holistic look at our healthcare delivery service. An ambulance service, even if you cure the problem of fuel allocation, that doesn't know where to take critically ill emergencies to, is useless. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we don't have an integrated service where when emergency cases are picked up by the National Ambulance Service, by look on a dashboard, they know where available beds are. You would have ambulances carrying critically ill patients whose families have chosen to pay the money for fuel, but then they begin to shop for beds. We've had instances in Greater Accra where ambulances have gone to 4 different hospitals with patients looking for a bed. So I would be grateful if this committee would look at the holistic approach, where even when we address the issue of fuel allocation, the ambulances know where to take critically ill patients to, because a second or a minute is critical in these instances. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that you've admitted this motion and that you set up this bipartisan committee, and I hope that they will work expeditiously in the interest of the people whose interest we represent in this chamber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the numbers given to me are almost exhausted, so I'll give the opportunity to the Deputy Minority Whip. Honorable Member for Ho Central, my apologies. My distance is limited unless they give special dispensation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not talk so much, but just to clarify matters relating to our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, as leadership, I can sense the collective wisdom of the House, and I also understood where the government chief whip was coming from, that looking at Order 191, this matter should have been given to the House, and that will be setting some precedent. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any bad precedent that we may be setting. Safe to say that we are bringing the best out of our distinguished chairmen and ranking members. Mr. Speaker, the sponsors of this motion, and to be precise, the Honorable Ranking Member for the Committee for Health, Honorable Kobina Minta Akano. This is not the first of such motions that he's sponsoring. And Mr. Speaker, you remember that he has helped this country using this same method to be able to recoup monies that were already spent. So, Mr. Speaker, if today he's sponsoring same motion, and we are saying that the Health Committee could have done it, and because of that, we may be setting a bad precedent, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. And Mr. Speaker, looking at our standing orders in Order 197, which specifically states the scope of deliberations of our committees. Mr. Speaker, in what tangent are we going to say that the Health Committee should go by this? If the Honorable Ranking Member had come with a statement, that one, Mr. Speaker, may have referred that one to the Committee on Health. But Mr. Speaker, this time he has chosen clearly to come with a motion. We should go about to investigate the circumstances surrounding this. Mr. Speaker, this is how laws are made, and we are a law-making body. The investigative committee that is going to do that work is going to bring out the weaknesses of our systems. And based on those systems, Mr. Speaker, we can formulate policies and we can regulate laws to be able to govern our society very well. The minority chief whip, I nearly sound prophetic by calling you majority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, in his rendition, he said when the patient was brought to the hospital, they were, because, oh, come and pay cash, go here, come here, before they realized the patient was gone. So if, Mr. Speaker, the committee bring its report, the report of a committee per our standing orders shall also include recommendations. So when recommendations are made, it will help us to be able to formulate good laws to be able to help our health institutions. Mr. Speaker, in this era of social media, sometimes you go to the hospitals and you can see that some health workers will be on their phone, chatting. So by the end of this investigative mission, Mr. Speaker, some facts may be brought to the fore, and it will help this country to come out with some policies. And I do remember why the former President of the Republic, may he so rest in peace, Professor Mills, said that in our hospitals and our public offices, we must stop the use of television set because people are watching television set during office hours. So, Speaker, these are all some of how laws are detected and how laws are made to be able to regulate our. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the motion is a harmless motion. It is going to bring the ills of our systems and to help government to rule. And the chief whip is not disagreeing with the motion. And once he has proposed names that we should form the committee, let's go by that. We just finished one last week, and we are doing this. And Mr. Speaker, that is what you said. Your vision is oversight, and this is clearly a matter of oversight. I rest my case, and I thank the mover of the motion
and the sponsor for bringing these things to the fore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I think that the motion should be as it is, because the issue cuts across other sectors. It's not only an issue concerning health. And as a former Minister of Health, I know what I'm talking about. So we need to have not just the select committee for the sector, but a special committee. You can decide to call it ad hoc, because it's just for the purposes that we will mandate the committee to perform. And so I will agree with the terms of the motion, in spite of the brilliant submission of the Majority Chief Whip, for us to use this opportunity to strengthen our committees. But because it cuts across the mandate of other committees, we should rather make it such a special or ad hoc committee. And so I'll go with that. The name Fijai means Afei Jaime. Yes, now leave me alone. I want to assure them that we will not leave them alone. This is a matter that concerns all of us. Many of you, when I'm talking history, you think I learned history. I didn't. It's just my passion to try and know who the Ghanaian is before you know how to lead them. That's the meaning of Fijai. And you can go and ask them and go through the history. So I think it's an opportunity for us to delve into this cross-cutting sectoral matter. It's a matter of great concern to us. No woman being used by God to keep the world going should die through that. No woman should do that. And that is one of the reasons why I say I'm against the taxation that is being imposed on sanitary pads. Because that God has just commanded them and said, look, this is what you have to go through. There's nothing else they can do. It's not something that they have to say yes or no. You have to go according to it. And that's how we all came about being born. So please, it's a very serious matter. And I think we should allow the bipartisan committee to be constituted as proposed by the leadership of the House. I want once again to reiterate, honorable members, take time to read the book, The Origins of Power, Prosperity, and Poverty. There you learn why some nations fail. That is the main title, Why Nations Fail. Because there are critical junctures that nations use to move forward and others misuse to move backwards. And one of those critical junctures was this COVID-19. That was an opportunity for us to invest in the health sector, not social welfare. We spoke and spoke and spoke, and billions have gone down the drain. Now, look at, we are all imperiled. You don't know what will happen to you the next second. Please, Why Nations Fail, as politicians, you should read it. It's very important, very well researched book. It's quite big, but you have the time to read. So you have to read it. Why Nations Fail, the Origins of Power, Prosperity, and Poverty. Why some of us, our countries are so poor, and countries were far ahead of are now first world, and we have no position. In any case, that thing was not done by us, it was by the so-called developed nations. They brought this categorization: first world, second world, and third world. First world for the Western countries, second world for the Eastern countries, and then third world for the developing poor Asian and African countries. They did that categorization, and every day they continue to steal from us and say we should grow. We as leaders must get all this and stand up to the might. There is no person that is mightier than God. So take time and read that book. It's very important for your edification and your growth and development as leaders. Now, 5 names have been proposed to form the bipartisan committee. I want to give you the names, and then before I put the question, if you accept it, we have Honorable Dr. Afriye Ayew. We all know he's the chair of the Health Committee. We also have Honorable Patrick Buama, and we have Honorable Patricia Apieje. We have Honorable Menta Akando, and we have Honorable Sebastian Sandare. I think it's important we add another lady, and I'll propose for your kind consideration the inclusion of Honorable Mrs. Ofosu Ajare. Now, we say bipartisan committee. We are expecting that you come with a report that is consensual, not partisan. And therefore, the issue of even and odd numbers should not come in. It's consensus. And I keep on saying that's the reason why the seating arrangement is like this. So we talk and then build consensus. Failing, then we put it to a vote. So with this, unless you object, I'll put the question. Do we accept the composition of the committee? Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has accordingly constituted a bipartisan committee to probe the circumstances leading to the death of Madam Agostina Awoche, who died in an ambulance when she was being transported from Holy Child Catholic Hospital. Holy Child Catholic Hospital at Fijai near Takoradi in the Western region to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Accra, on the 4th of January 2022. Honorable members, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you were reading the terms, with your permission and the indulgence of the House, I think we need to add and other related matters, just to give them the opportunity, during the investigation, other things come around it, they should be able to report to us, instead of just the death of the lady, because in the course of the investigation, they may see other things that have to do maybe with the hospital, with the ambulance service, that they should be able to recommend some actions to us. And my fear is that if we don't conclude it with any other related matters, it may be difficult for them to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I think, yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, my colleague is very experienced in these matters. I just read the private member's motion as crafted, and it says, Speaker, with your permission, the first 2 lines, it says that this Honorable House constitutes a bipartisan committee to probe the circumstances leading to the death of Madam Augustina Awuche, and it goes on. So I think my colleague's suggestion with respect is a bit redundant, because once circumstances has been captured and is prefacing the death, it takes care of his worries, and I feel we should leave it as it is. With respect.
Honourable members, I didn't want to go into the specifics, so I was going to direct the committee to, in their work, come out with a detailed terms of reference which will cover the other matters. Where the term circumstances is quite generalistic. And so when they are submitting the report here, we'll get those terms of reference. In fact, the mover of the motion, the seconder, and the rest, who were members of the delegation, should have submitted in their submissions or their debates the terms of reference. That was not done. And so I was going to direct that the committee should do so and then proceed to investigate. And that is why I said this is cross-sectoral. It's not only limited to health sector. I will also want to give some directive concerning how long these investigations should go on and when the report of the committee should be presented to the House. I believe that the committee could use 1 month to do this. 1 month. Sorry, yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I was just bouncing on my colleague. I was thinking of 5 weeks. He says 1 month. But I think it's around the same thing, because 1 month is just around
5 weeks. 5 weeks. Today is the 2nd of June. 5 weeks will take us to July 9th. So by July 9th, which is on, please make sure it's a working day. So July 8th, we are expecting that the report will be available to be laid. And we'll ask the business committee to then program it for the following week. Are we together? So with this, and your kind permission, I may proceed to adjourn the House. Yes,
Speaker, with your kind leave, Speaker, with your kind leave, we want to plead for us to take a report on committee, your own committee of selection, Speaker. Already the report has been given out, and we have your blessings to take it, Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, my attention was drawn to it earlier on. I think it's an oversight. It's something that the whips discussed with members, and they have revised the composition of the committees and gave us the indication. So the committee met under my chairmanship, and this is what we are finally submitting as a report. And so I allowed the one of the whips, the chief whips, to move the motion. The majority chief whip could move it, then minority chief whip could second it. And unless you have comments, It's something that we can do within a jiffy, and then we take the adjournment. Yes. Let's go through the procedural motion. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I thank you for the honor. Speaker, we're going on to order paper addendum and take item 5 on page 3. Speaker, it's a procedural motion. I move that item number 5 on order paper addendum page 3 be taken. I so move.
Seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Procedural motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Absence of any consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move to the substantive motion. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I'm grateful. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House adopt the full report of the Committee of Selection on the composition of other standing and select committees. Speaker, in so doing, I present your committee's report. Speaker, let me invite the Hansa Department to capture the entirety of the report, whilst I'm leaving myself to a few sections. But before then, Speaker, with your leave, just one or two amendments. And I plead that the table office will capture this. Beginning from the Committee on Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee. Come with me to number 17, the Honourable George Kwame Abuaje is now replaced with the Honourable Adjournment Safo under the Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee as a first amendment. Second one will be on local government. Speaker, number 5. The Honourable Musa Abdul Aziz Ayaba is now replaced with the Honourable Bright Reku Robe. No, they are just few. And Speaker, last but not the least, on the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Bright Reku Robe is replaced with the Honourable Musa Abdul Ayaba. Then finally, bear with me, Speaker, finally, with respect, on the Committee of Environment, Science and Technology, number 5, the Honourable Sarah Ajosafo is replaced with the Honourable George Abuaje. Speaker, in accordance with Orders 151, 152, and 193 of the Standing Orders of the House, the Committee of Selection met and recomposed the Standing and Select Committee of the House. Speaker, the recomposition became necessary due, among other considerations, to the fact that some chairpersons and members have been appointed Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers of State, Regional Ministers, as well as Deputy Regional Ministers. The frequent absence of such key members adversely impacts the effectiveness of committees. Further, the changes are proposed in accordance with Order 193. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the attached list of the membership of the various committees of the House, both standing and select. Speaker, with respect, I so submit.
Motion moved in a second. Yes, minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this Honourable House adopt the fourth report of the Committee on Selection on the composition of other standing and select committees. And Mr. Speaker, in doing that, I want to just make two corrections. My colleague, Honourable Zarneto her name was spelled wrongly, and unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that I might have done that on the business committee. Sometimes I have difficulty in where to place the Z and the E and the A. So item 19 on the business committee is ZANETOR, Zanetor. So that should be corrected. And also on defense and interior, the name Zanetor Adjournment, the Adjournment doesn't have the G at the tail end, and we want that one to be corrected, which is item 11 on the Committee on Defense and Interior. The Speaker, generally on the minority side, we didn't make any significant change, except to take care of our colleagues who accidentally, when we did the last committee work, ended up having only one committee. Just a minor changes that we made. Because we were hoping that the new standing orders will come into effect that will enable us to do a major changes in the composition of our committees. The Speaker, I must say that the current standing orders is putting the leadership into much difficulty, because when it expects you to have all the balancing, the Speaker, we are really constrained. So as we all may see, that a number of MPs, the Speaker, with the greater respect, do not take the work of this House seriously. Yet they've been given the opportunity to chair or rank committees, and they continue to hold the committees back. And you see the committees are struggling simply because the leadership of that committee are just not performing. They don't seem to be too much interested in the work of Parliament. And yet, because of the nature of trying to have regional balance, trying to all the balances, you cannot just take it away from them. It is my hope that when finally we have the new standing orders, we will be able to deal with this in a very decisive manner. The Speaker, yesterday I didn't hide my worry when I saw one of our own colleagues being asked to chair the Committee of Youth and Sports. And I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Speaker, he is a fourth timer. He's serving his fourth term. And I'm sorry that I may have to be mentioning name. But Mr. Speaker, if he stands in this House, very few members will identify him as one of us, because he's hardly around. And now he's being asked to chair the Committee on Youth and Sports. My fear is that if we are not careful, this Committee on Youth and Sports may end up suffering. We have a lot of members who don't attend committees, yet we are tied up because we cannot just say we are using purely based on performance to place members. But you have to have regional balance, you have to have women, you have to have youth, you have to have all the balances. Mr. Speaker, that's a real challenge. Mr. Speaker, lastly, there's this correction on Business Committee, item number 20. Honorable Adamu Ramadan is spelled Adama. So if that could be corrected, it's Honorable Adamu. So it is A-D-A-M-U. So if that could be corrected. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I hope that members will support these few changes, hoping that when the new standing orders come, we'll may take the opportunity to do major changes that may help us to effectively oversight government and its institutions. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to support the motion moved by the Chief Whip and then make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the list and then you see some committees. You can find some of the leadership being put on those committees. Mr. Speaker, let's be frank to ourselves. You know, leadership, they have a lot of roles to play in this House. Many of them are very busy. They form part of the quorum, but there are many of them if you are not careful, the whole session, they will not attend committee meetings. Their name will find expression in all those committees. And parliamentary work, majority of it comes from the committee level. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to at least caution the leaders of the House, since they've taken up the opportunity to serve on those committees, it is their responsibility to attend committee meetings and contribute their quota to the work of the committee. Because many of them have been here for years. Bring your expertise to bear on committee work. But it's like you are a committee member, you go to committee meetings, we don't see you. The front bench, many of them are on my committee. We can't find them. And these are sensitive committees in the House. But, Mr. Speaker, on the minority side, our leaders don't want trouble. They've abstained from those committees. And they've allowed their backbenchers and the middle benchers, including myself, to at least handle those committees so at least we can report to them. So if you've decided to be on those committees, be present at committee meetings. We have chairpersons of some committees, which I'm a deputy ranking member. Mr. Speaker, the whole session, no show. So who is providing leadership here? So we can't continue to do it as business as usual. Please, including my chief whip. Oh, majority chief whip. No. You exonerated. So that members will get a full complement of their committee members, especially they'll bring their expertise to bear on committee deliberation, so that when you go considering bills or whatever, they will guide the new members so that they know what has happened. Because institutional memory is very important. They will tell you this happened this year, blah, blah, blah. But we can't find them. But when it comes to the floor, they are the very people who will be punching holes in the committee's report. Where were you when we were taking the decision? But I'm praying as a member of the selection committee, next time, if you don't appear, we'll make sure a serious reshuffle is done. I remember the selection committee. Did you invite me to look at it? They didn't even invite me to the meeting. Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing the chief whip is trying to engage me because it's a corporate. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Majority.
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, members, as in leadership, we have performed well when it comes to committees. I'm surprised he's saying this year more like attacking those on the majority side. I take objection to this, and I ask that if you have better particulars, you bring it up.
What's it? Honorable members, sorry. Yes, I'll start with Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to commend your committee, the selection committee, for the report. I want to, Mr. Speaker, draw attention to a few corrections that we have to carry out. I begin from the last page. Unfortunately, the pages are not numbered, so I'll use the names of the committees. The Speaker, the Committee on Roads and Transport, entry number 17. I think it should be Jacob Idris Abdullah, not, I see here Joko, and then Abdullah. I'm not sure that there's any name like that. So it should be Jacob Idris Abdullah, item number 17. The Honorable Member for Savlugu. And Mr. Speaker, the committee, as I move forward, the committee
on trade, industry, and tourism. Trade, industry, and tourism. Item number 20. The name is Mutala Muhammad Ibrahim. Mutala, not Muritala, as has been spelled here. So, Speaker, if the records will be corrected accordingly. And, Mr. Speaker, I also observe that the committee, the appointments committee, Mr. Speaker, item number 1, departing from the committee's own tradition of putting the names there. We only have here Honorable First Deputy Speaker as chairman, but I think that the name should be there, and then the position can come later in the second column. So, Mr. Speaker, if these corrections can be effected accordingly, my only brief comment, Mr. Speaker, will be on the Government Assurance Committee. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this should be one of the most important committees, if not the most important committee of the House. The Government Assurance Committee, I don't recall when they presented a report, I'm in my third term in this House, on government assurances, all the promises and the pledges from the President, from ministers of state, even during question time, the Speaker would direct, okay, submit that report, make sure the House receives it. Really no follow-up happens. And Mr. Speaker, this committee is a really, really powerful committee. In other jurisdictions, ministers of state, even prime ministers, fear this committee. And this is not to go after members, I'm just talking about the committee and the principle. If you look at our standing orders, what it is supposed to serve, if out there's a general perception that politicians just promise and fail, politicians just say anything to get by, this is the committee that can correct that impression and let the good people of the country know that Parliament is working, Parliament is keeping people on their toes. You can't just give timelines and then you get away with it and nothing happens. So I'd like to urge honorable colleagues. I see that there is a new chairman of this committee, the Honorable Patricia Appiagyei. I respect her very much, very experienced public servant, having served from KMA boss all the way to minister, impeccable pedigree. I hope that she will bring her years of experience to bear. And probably, Mr. Speaker, as we work to finalize the standing orders, perhaps, just as we have for the Public Accounts Committee, we should have this committee chaired by a member of the opposition. I think that moving forward, that's really, because that's what incapacitates. I have nothing against Honorable Patricia Appiagyei, but can she really, as Deputy Minister in her sector, hold her boss, the Minister, accountable for promises that he has made to this House and other cabinet ministers who are even her senior, who are senior to her in cabinet, in the ministerial rank. So it's as though we are setting people up to fail. Even if it's not her, if it's a member of the ruling party, can they really hold their colleagues to account? So honestly, if this parliament sometimes is seen as weak and allowing ministers to get away with a lot, it is because this committee is not functioning as it should. And we should take advantage of the new standing orders and let this committee be chaired by a member of the opposition at all times. And I think that it will serve us well and help our collective image. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, yes, I have two ladies on their feet.
Cut yourself.
They say if you have two senior ladies working together, at least one will call the other sister, or senior sister. So who is senior? Yes, so go on.
Thank you for the seniority privilege. Mr. Speaker, my name is Abla Jifa Gomashi. Abla because I was born on Tuesday. 7 days later, I was given Jifa. So I'd like table office to kindly take notice and keep the arrangement as it is with my parents and I. Abla Jifa Gomashi. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, I see the Privileges Committee has only one woman in the list of 25 people. I seek your guidance on the formation, whether that is the norm or it's an anomaly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, on Appointments Committee, number 22, my name is Zuwera Mohammed Ibrahima, not Ibrahim. Ibrahima with the AH at the end.
You say Appointments Committee.
Appointments Committee, Mr. Speaker. Number 25.
Yes, please go on.
The spelling of my name, my surname, is Ibrahima, Ibrahimah.
Yes, table office, take note. Committee,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Also take note. Honorable members. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. On the Committee on Works and Housing, number 11, the name is Andrew Darituite, not Andrews. Andrew, not Andrews. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for catching your eye this time. Please, on the Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee.
Is that the honorable member for Kwadaso?
Yes, please.
I'm surprised you used that statement.
No, because I was
You've always caught my eye.
Thank you for
on
that.
On daily basis. And for you to say that you are happy I've now, that
because I kept standing whilst you were looking at the other side. That's what I said. I'm sorry about that.
This one is a very prejudiced statement.
I apologize.
I usually look at both sides of the house. I don't look at one side.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry about that. The Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee is one of the important committees in the House, an ad hoc committee. I've been on that committee since the last session. Speaker, I believe that this committee can do a lot because all that we are doing as legislators is to reduce poverty, if not to eradicate it completely. But it seems this committee is not giving the needed attention and resources to be able to execute its mandate so very well. So I'm pleading that, for example, if you look at the Public Accounts Committee, the media is there, and everybody gets to know what happens in there. And I'm pleading, if it is possible for us to avert our minds to the critical position of this committee so that it can help us in bringing poverty to its lowest ebb. This is the request I'm putting before you because there have been discussions when we met as a committee, and it came to the fore that we even struggle when we want to embark on certain activities and projects. So I would like to place this on record and plead again that to help us in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the issues that you just raised were discussed at the level of the committee. we looked at those issues. Definitely, the committee was made to believe by the chief whips that this was done in consultation with members. On the issue of gender, because of the numbers and the fact that for the majority, the appointments that government has made, it became very difficult for them to up the game. But one of your members who is present here was also present at the committee level, Honorable Haji Aladi, and did insist on these issues, supporting my position on that. And so you realize that a few things have been done to improve the situation, but we need to rather go back to our parties and get them to get many more of our ladies, honorable ladies, to come to the house. We need them. We cannot move without them. And so we have to go together. So we looked at that and we flagged it. On the issue of the leadership of the House taking up key positions in the committee, that is a sore point between me and leadership. That's a sore point because leadership always have a lot to do. They also have to lead the committees. And so if you don't know how to balance the equation, you may lose grip over your followers. Because when your followers see that you are being self-centered and you are only taking up everything, they will only be giving you eye service, as the police service will say. Eye service. In your presence, they will praise you, they will say so many good things about you. Then behind you, as Bob Marley put it, they will susu upon you. So I've been raising it with the leadership, and they've been countering with some very cogent reasons. But I don't know how many of them have been longer in leadership than me. And they know what I used to do when it comes to those things. Particularly the minority chief whip, which was my chief whip too. You know, so I think that is an issue leadership will have to take up. Please, a committee is as good as its leaders. And so when I hear some of you say this is a juicy committee, this is, you put me on stone, or what, who told you that the stone hasn't got minerals? The others may be drinking juice. You'll be having precious minerals. Which one do you prefer? It's the leadership that makes the committee to take. Yes, poverty reduction is one of the very important committees of this House. And there's a budget line for every committee in this House. My attention has not been drawn that poverty reduction committee has been denied any resources from performing their functions. But as noted by some of you, even the leaders of the committees are not available. So how can the committees function? But I want to emphasize the Committee on Defense and Interior. Looking at the situation in which we are, they need to sit up. The new standing orders will create a committee on research and intelligence. We are not going to have only finance committee, we have a committee on the economy. And we are looking to have a committee on monitoring and evaluation. And we don't have these large numbers in any committee again. They will be very manageable numbers. And we will continue to resource the committees to do their work. If democracy fails in this country, it's because Parliament has failed. And you must all have your eyes on the resources that we allocate to ourselves. It's not the executive that gives us the resources. We do. We tax. We allocate the resources. We approve the budget. So we can't keep on complaining that they are not giving us. If they approve, you approve, and they are not releasing it, we know what to do to get it released. So please stop pressing the self-destruct button. With this, I put the question. Oh, you resume your seat, so I thought you had nothing more to say. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I noticed when my friend, the Deputy Ranking on the Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee, was speaking, he still referred to his own committee as poverty reduction. Mr. Speaker, you've always told us the committee itself doesn't reduce poverty. It's a committee to come up with strategies to reduce poverty. And since I've been here, Mr. Speaker, I don't remember a day that this committee suggested one strategy to reduce poverty. So now that he's made this clear, this House will be looking forward to see how this committee will suggest one strategy to members at least, how we can reduce poverty in our communities. It's very critical indeed. We need to have this committee working. So whenever you get the resources, we want to see, and it's once again, it's not poverty reduction committee because you cannot reduce poverty. It's the strategy that you must come up with. So far, you haven't come up with any strategy. So add the strategy to the name of the committee. Then you'll be compelled to come up with the strategy. So, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Uganda don't have poverty reduction. They have poverty eradication committee to eradicate poverty, not to reduce it. As to whether they have succeeded is another thing. But it's usually good to think big. And so I admire their term more than ours. Poverty eradication, strategies to eradicate poverty, and it's been done by social democratic countries. They have eradicated poverty from those countries. So you don't have the very affluent and rich as the very poor object, the citizens in those countries. It's leveled up. With this, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, I now proceed to adjourn proceedings for the day. Honorable members, I proceed to adjourn the proceedings. Tomorrow we'll convene at 9. We want to convene early enough to handle some matters, including the outstanding one on energy. And then adjourn the House early, because even my good self, I'm due to travel tomorrow to a very important conference in Saloni. I'm going to Saloni. Now you call it Sierra Leone. The original name of that country is Saloni, not Sierra Leone. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I thought before we came in at the leadership pre-sitting meeting, we agreed that because of the several referrals at committees, we're not going to sit tomorrow. So when I came in, I communicated that to most of my members, that we are not sitting tomorrow. It was agreed that we'll sit Tuesday. So now that I'm here, I'm taken aback because we are not careful tomorrow. One side may not be here because I've told them that we are not sitting tomorrow, following the meeting that we had, pre-sitting meeting. So I communicated that to members. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry to hear this because when I suspended the House, the leader, the majority leader, came to me and said that you have reviewed the situation and that the business committee report, and the others will be taken early tomorrow morning, pleaded with me to cut short my COVID test tomorrow morning and to appear here because my deputies are both out of the country and to preside. That was what he told me, and that is why I wanted us to close today so that we can add the business committee report to that of the motion on energy. But if you want us to finish all today, I will give you, because I would prefer not to be here tomorrow, and to allow the committees enough space to sit and consider the numerous referrals we made to the committees so that from next week we start getting your reports to do business. So I can give you 30 more minutes for us to finish up. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I know that Majority Leader of Opposition is not here, but I'm sure my colleagues are here. My worry is that once we took that meeting, I needed to communicate to my side, which I did. Now, if tomorrow any one of them comes and is marked absent, that would be very unfair to that member, having communicated to him or her that concentrate on committees, referrals, and therefore tomorrow we are not sitting. And then at the 11th hour now, when many might have left for their constituency or other things, to say that we are sitting tomorrow. Because I rather prefer that if it is the wish of our colleagues on the majority, to take the business statement now, so that we adjourn this House to Tuesday as original agreed. Because, you see, Mr. Speaker, one of the worrying things is that this House must, especially our colleagues on the majority, must appreciate that we run this House together. So when we meet and take a decision, if there's any good reason why it should change, that communication must equally be served to the other side. You don't wait until now it's past 4, and many members have left. I don't think that will be fair to our side. Because if in the morning this has been communicated, it's simply going back to communicate to members that, oh, the decision has been reviewed and changed. So for those of you who do not have any committee referral, please still come. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that we take the business statement now and adjourn to Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, that will be the best, because that will even send the signal to especially Majority Leader that when we take a decision, it's not there. When he comes and he wants a review, it is only fair he tries to get all of us on board. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, we will not be able to support the change for us to sit tomorrow because of the earlier decision that we took collectively and communicated to members. We will not be able to support this sitting tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I don't think that my colleagues should be unnecessarily worried. First of all, the original position where we met,
yes, please go on.
The original position was that the business statement should be presented today, if my colleague recollects. That was the original position. And then back and forth, you recall that the call had to be made on the spur of the moment to confirm the time the Speaker would depart. That's a statement of fact. I want to take the blame because when leader walked in, he engaged me and said that he will engage the Speaker. And the Speaker had rightly observed that the Majority Leader engaged him. And that communication came to me. I failed transmitting that communication to you. So, Speaker, if it pleases, and if it's the sense of the House, that we shouldn't sit tomorrow, and hence the business statement should be presented today, we don't have a problem. We can do that presentation. After all, that was the original position at conclave. So I'm speaking the same language as you.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I accept the position my colleague stated to say that the blame should come to him. But, Mr. Speaker, because of the information given to members who have left and they are not here, and Mr. Speaker, I'll still plead with my colleague that he should take the business statement and let's adjourn to Tuesday, so that we do not unnecessarily disadvantage colleagues who knew that we are not sitting tomorrow, and then they be marked absent unduly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, Business Committee to present your report. So we'll go to, is it on the order paper? Is it on the order paper? Honorable members, there's another challenge. One is not on the order paper or on the order paper addendum. Two is not signed by the chair of the committee. And so I don't know how we are going to lay an unsigned report. And therefore, I'm tempted to adjourn the House to Tuesday. But it means that this is a special dispensation for the report to be presented Tuesday morning. You adopt that, and then you can then proceed with the business. But then the second deputy speaker will be in the country, and he will be in the chair. Have we agreed on that? I so direct that the business committee report be taken on Tuesday as one of the first items under public business, and that we should adjourn the House to Tuesday to enable committees hold their meetings tomorrow and present reports to the House Tuesday from next week.
With respect, and with deference to you, just as you observed, Speaker, with respect that the business statement will be presented on Tuesday, I just want to notify colleagues that already there is a program, and we have a program for Tuesday. Number of questions lined up for Tuesday, so colleagues should take into consideration.
We definitely would have communicated to the ministers long ago and given them the date before they are scheduled on the business report, so they are aware that they should be in on Tuesday. The majority leader himself will be moving with me to the international conference where we are going to represent the country and parliament, together with the minority leader and a number of members of parliament. So it's an international obligation we have to honor for the country and on your behalf. So I will proceed to adjourn the House to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon, where members will reconvene to continue with the business of the House. The House is accordingly adjourned.